word, I agree. This looks great, I think. Or it looks okay. I've been seeing other people use these emojis, so I guess I'm gonna keep doing it too. I'll spam everyone that we're online, and then I guess we wait for a few people to come. Coca, thank you for joining. You're as usual, first person here. I'm doing great, honestly. I had a bit of a, oh wow, I'm seeing myself way too often. I had a kind of hectic morning. Had to get the kids out of the house. Big one to kindergarten. The tiny one is away with my wife. Had some friends. But other than that, it's great. So I need to get my... Actually, if I were a bit better at streaming, or I would have done this more often, I should have the stream manager somewhere over here. So let me open up the stream manager and put it on the other monitor. Because I do have 2 monitors now. Huge news, right? What can I see here? I see. I don't have a good activity feed, honestly. Maybe I should switch back to Streamlabs, but I've been told OBS is so much better. Is the quality alright for everyone? I'm gonna wait for 6 more minutes before actually doing anything interesting. Also, a quick round of feedback. So I have a huge monitor now, which is a huge 4K monitor. But if I use a 4K resolution, you guys probably will not see much. Some notification. Critical miss, thank you for following. Well, there were a few people following while I was offline. I'll read you guys out in 5 minutes when everyone's here. So while there are not that many people here and while we have not officially begun, please give me some feedback on whether this resolution is fine. So I have to this, which is the smallest resolution possible, and I usually use this resolution. But I would assume if I use my default resolution, you guys probably can't see much. Is this somewhat acceptable? I don't think so, right? Gonna switch back to the tiny or big one again. But this means that I basically have to like go over the entire screen with my mouse. This is better, I figured. Manduin1 as Manduin, thank you for following. Thank you for participating in chat. You're a first-time chatter, I see. 1 second. Actually, you will have to make do with my face for 1 second because I need to make sure that I'm not leaking anything when I open up PyCharm. And I would have shown a lot of customer code. Okay, so with that out of the way, please don't be alarmed. Everything you will see pop up will be in full screen because it was on the other resolution before. Where do I switch back? There we go. 4 more minutes. I will also show my stream manager over here so I can actually see something. You're a lurker on my Discord. Okay. What's your Discord name? I mean, if you're only a lurker, I might have not been too aware of you. But whether you're a lurker or an active user, thank you either way. Everyone that's being part of Full Cycle Developers is a hugely nice person. Also, you might have noticed it, I am running a copyright-free lo-fi chill playlist. So if you like this, give me a shout. Or honestly, just tell me if you don't like it. Because last time when I was reviewing all the VODs, because I am reviewing the older videos, because the plan is always to improve, and I guess you have to review your own stuff to know where you're doing good and where you can improve. And as a matter of fact, I found videos too boring sometimes because there was no background music, and of course I can't do any copyright music. And I've stumbled across this playlist, and it is a copyright-free playlist, and I'm running this in the background and it feels chill. Don't need anything with too much energy to take away the focus, but I think this is kind of okay. Mandarin, from a quick personal interest perspective, are you older than 30? Which is not meant as a bash in any way, shape or form, just because you're using the because you're using the old thumbs up emoji. Bots. I'm not following. Do we have any bots here? I'm not seeing any bots in the chat. And there's only 10 viewers. I don't think there will be bots, right? I use in Teams mostly. Is it parsed there? Oh, bots, your username. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Of course, I have seen your username though. Is this you? I have to disable the streamer username. You're not online right now. I have seen the username, yeah. All good. So we have one more minute. Of course, I will do my best to remember Buzz. I'm actually I don't know Buzz on Yahoo. The thing is, I actually never used the thumbs up Y emoji myself. It was an MSN, I think, right? I did use ICQ when I was like it was in the school you're in Austria when you're between 10 and 14 years old. I used ICQ a lot. So when I was 12, I guess, 12, 13 to 14 maybe. I'm 28 now, so maybe that's required for reference. I think on IRC, I used IRC myself too, but I was quite a bit present in the game hacking scene, and of course gaming scene back then. And IRC was the way to go. Okay, so it is 9 o'clock. I think I did get a weird notification. Are you guys seeing advertisement? I hope you're not. Came and went. Yeah, I see a notification here. Their pre-roll ads are off for 30 minutes, which means that you will not be getting it. I think I'm allowed to show the screen, right? So I'm gonna show this here so you guys see what I am talking about. This is what I will be using on the other screen to like kind of track what's happening. And the other screen, which is where I'm looking right now, is my MacBook, which has the integrated camera. I do not have a separate camera yet. So unfortunately, when I will be working, I will be looking at the big monitor. And sadly, this also means that I will not be looking directly at the camera. I hope you can forgive me for the time being. Also, for the lighting setup, I ordered proper lighting, but it will not arrive until later today. So I'm sorry. On Thursday, however, on the next stream, we will have a proper lighting setup. So what I'm seeing here is that I'm streaming for 9 minutes, that I have 8 viewers, this many followers, and this here is the important thing, a pre-roll off, which means, and here it tells me that you recently ran an ad or must wait to run another. I did not click this one, but I'm assuming these are automated ads. And now there are no pre-rolls, so anyone that joins now should hopefully not be seeing ads. As a reminder, I do not stream to make profit, right? I stream to like kind of find people to teach and actually use it as a way of teaching. So now that we are officially starting, I will give a shout to all the people that followed while we were not online, which means basically since I posted. So Koek or Kek, thank you for the follow. Echo, Lenomir, Redfire Ghost, Brandon, Bernie, Terp Squared, Dederble 2. Oh boy. Sea Lord CR or Selloutster, or maybe this is a country acronym, I'm not sure. Critical Miss, I shouted you out already. Mandarin, thank you. And Sickly, Chichley, thank you for following too. I'll put this away on the other screen and we will review what we do today. So if you have any questions, please. Hi, Kak. Do you streams say whenever? I assume you mean that whether I will post a VOD when I'm done. Yes. So if I could type YouTube. So if we go to YouTube, I will put them on view my channel. Here is my channel. I will post them here. Right. I have a playlist which is called Full Streams, and there are the old streams. I mean, this one I think was kind of good because it was the first big one, which was longer than 6 hours. And yeah, then we played around with a bit. And the problem here was, I mean, we can look into this quickly. Here, if you see the background, I was at a shared office space, and there were times when I had to be quiet because people were walking around, and this of course wasn't that fine. Or this video is classified with something, like setting up the ID. Who did this? Has this been done automatically? Because I did not. It's actually kind of cool. Oh wow! Here it just says Discord doesn't work for all the time. Very interesting. Okay. Let's jump back from this one. This was the big stream, and I will. Oh, this is not classified. Interesting. But I will upload them here too. Do you use cookie cutter templates? Yes. MJ Dow, thank you for following. Greetings from Melbourne. Greetings back from Austria. Or Vienna, actually, in that case. First one was the best. Yeah, the first one was like I had the idea for honestly a couple of years before I actually posted them. Before I executed it, and of course didn't execute it perfectly, but I figured waiting is no sorry, I know that you are from Australia, but I am from Austria, so there we go. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I was where. Thank you that you still like me. I like you very much too, internet stranger. So do you use cookie cutter templates? I do. As a matter of fact, I will contemplate whether we will use the Django cookie cutter as a basis for our bigger boilerplate. And this has a few reasons why. And I will go over this in a bit more detail. Are there any more questions? No, there are not. So a quick recap. Yes, what happened yesterday. Yesterday I posted a similar post on 3 subreddits, and I assume some of you people are from either of them. I hope no one did get offended that I posted a similar or the same content in different subreddits. But as a quick performance overview of the posts, the one I posted in the SaaS subreddit got a lot of criticism and people were kind of bashing me, which I guess is fine. I'm not being hurt by this. Here on the Django Learning and the Django subreddit itself, I got a lot of positive feedback. People here, I feel like the Django ecosystem is super friendly, and the overall SaaS ecosystem or community, oh wow, is not. This was the first post, by the way, which got 111k total views with a 95% upload rate. This was the kind of announcement or feeling post for the first live stream. Wow, I actually almost leaked something. Go away. So I'll use any of these posts to quickly talk through what we're going to do, and I have a few things over here. So we will talk about this post, what we're planning to do, what kind of people this boilerplate will be intended to do. Sorry, this was super bad English. The actual target audience of developers or entrepreneurs the boilerplate will be for, because we will not do these super tiny micro SaaS boilerplates where people just sell a useless service or borderline useless service and just sell it because they have great marketing skills. the plan will be to teach you or give you a good head start on doing something similar to what I do to create financial success. Roman, thank you for following. And this is why we're going to start with the quick personal intro. And some of you that have been here for a while might know this, so I'm going to keep this to I try to balance this. So what I do, so my name is Michael. I guess you probably have gathered this from somewhere. Kirk, thank you for subscribing. You are my first follower my first subscriber, first active subscriber. Thank you so much. You will get the founder badge because you are such a early subscriber. I will do the intro now, then I will thank every one of you as much as I can. So I'm 28 years old. I kind of feel old already, by the way, because recently I said, well, this was, I think, 10 years ago. It's the first time I ever said this. So I'm 28 years. I did study on the Technical University of Vienna, where I completed my master's in computer science, software engineering, and internet computing. But I will not really say that this is required to be kind of successful in the industry. As a matter of fact, I did learn most of the stuff while I was in university, but I did not learn it in university, right? I learned it in my private time while studying. But of course, the university helps out a lot in terms of credibility, and in a bureaucratic country like Austria, it is a good boost. But since I'm running my own companies, people don't ask me for my qualification or my academic qualifications. But if you're in the job market for employment, they are of course a huge boost. So what I do, I create SaaS products. Let's go back a bit in time, because I initially built a SaaS product with a then friend of mine. He's still a personal friend of mine, but we're not doing business together anymore. He had a flat from his girlfriend that he was renting out on Airbnb, right? And in Austria, you have to register your guests, which means you have to fetch their name, their address, their age, and a lot of other different stuff. You will have to fetch this and have to store it for the authorities to look over for up to 7 years. And this was done on paper, and it was super tedious. And even though he only had one single flat renting out an Airbnb for, I don't know, 20 people a year, he already found this very annoying and thought there was a market for this. The market for this to make this easier. So what we then found it together. He had the problem, and he told me that he had a lot of entrepreneurial expertise and was great in the business sense. And I had the technical capabilities, and we built a digital guest sheet, would be the rough English translation. And this was kind of great because it was the first time I was building a SaaS product for the masses, right? So I was building a product where you could just find us via Google or anywhere, sign up on our page, start using the product, enter your payment details, and we would get money from people we have never had an interaction with, right? We didn't write an email to them, we didn't find them on any conference and stuff, nothing. This was a great feeling, I'm completely honest, it was really, really cool. And yeah, fast forward a few years, well, between those years there was COVID, so there was not much going on in the Airbnb field there. And talking to Airbnb, we were talking about Airbnb, we were talking to Airbnb about a possible partnership. And the way we spun it, which is extremely important because this is the way we were able to sell to them, is Airbnb had a kind of a bad rep in Austria, because Austria and Vienna in general has a lot of social housing, right? Which means the state is paying a bit of the rent, or it's rent controlled, and if people rent these out to on Airbnb, well, it's kind of unethical, and other people are of course losing out. The state isn't giving them a cheap way of living or a subsidized flat to be rented out for profit, right? But a lot of people were doing this because, like, maybe if you have a partner that has a bigger flat, but you still have your rent-controlled flat you got from the city from when you were younger, you would rent out this to get an extra profit. I never did this. I never had a state sponsor or a city-sponsored flat because I'm actually not from the city of Vienna. I just moved here, so I do not even qualify for this. And people were kind of hating on Airbnb, and the reason why people said, and of course they would not report the income to the authorities, because reporting the income to the authorities means that you would essentially tell them that you are renting out this apartment that you're not allowed to rent out. And a lot of other people were actually not reporting the taxes on the Airbnb things, and they told, well, it's so tedious and I'm only doing it for a bit, and well, I wasn't sure if I would make any profit, and well, there's a bit of a free barrier between there's a certain euro threshold. If you make less than this, you will not have to tax it. And well, they claimed it was a bureaucratic problem and it was too hard to do it properly. And we told and this was why Airbnb was getting a bad reputation. And so we approached Airbnb and told them, well, with our product, it's easier than ever to be legally compliant, right? Wink, wink. And actually, they agreed. And I'm actually gonna Google the story, the news story, so you can see that I'm not not completely airballing. Even though actually means I am here in Austrian slang, and this is a public post from Airbnb. So there's a lot of posts about this, right? So this was kind of big in the industry or the local industry. But here is an official post from Airbnb, from the Airbnb newsroom, and here we are with Ibindo, right? So this was the partnership we did. Sadly, this is of course all in German, but if anyone, there is more somewhere. There is more. Oh, there we go. Nope, don't go there. There are significantly bigger announcements. Yep, here, whatever. If you care, Google Airbnb. Even though you will also find my face plastered over there. And this is how we initially sold to them, or how we got their interest. Sorry. Then, of course, we had to sign quite a few documents, which means that I'm not allowed to tell you how much money we made of them. But overall, it was money aside, it was a great feeling to be recognized by an internationally successful company and one of the de facto industry standards for the work you do. And then they partnered with us. They paid us based on the initially they paid us on the average or on the expected amount of nights that will be in Austria. And we got an advancement on this, and it was great. And I wrote this momentum, and I figured it was time for me to exit this. And I was able to sell my shares and do something new. So this was the last, or actually the only SaaS product I offered for the broad masses. Then during the startup time, I actually got a lot of great contacts from the real estate and the rental industry. And one of them is a huge resource operator in the more Alpine region of Austria. They operate luxury. Sorry for mixing German and English at times. They actually operate luxurious chalets, resorts, really nice stuff, right? Where you can ski in, ski out. You can actually from your balcony ski to the ski lift and back. It's great, and they are doing this by being, I think their business model is super smart. They do not own these resources themselves, but they just manage them and take a cut by it, right? So they are essentially doing there's a proper name in German, but I'm not sure if this makes any sense in English. But what they are doing, they manage the entire resort, right? So they have their receptionist sitting at the reception, and they also take care of the entire booking process, right? They advertise the units or the apartments. They do everything, right? And at the end of each billing period, which is usually quarterly, the owner of the resource will get a share, which is usually, well, the industry standard is that you give them the net income and take 20 to 30% in a commission rate, right? And what they were doing, they were expanding super quick. This was during and post-COVID, where a lot of companies went out of business, and their like kind of lean and new model was extremely successful, and they were taking over other companies, other smaller companies, or resorts that were managing their own resource. They were taking them over by storm, and they expanded rapidly. And they had a lot of employees just for the day-to-day stuff, where they would have to write a lot of Excel sheets and stuff. And I approached them. Well, actually, we were talking about it was a sales call for the other SaaS business when we initially had contact, and they told me, well, they're not interested in this because they have their staff, and the staff has time anyway to handle the physical paper sheets, so they don't need the digital version, right? And this was where, well, when selling to people, let me give a quick excursus. I'm telling this usually every stream, but since there's a lot of new people here, and I will thank every one of you after I'm done with this point, during these sales calls, where you want to sell some individual software, it is best to have the other person or the other party talk as much as possible, right? You listen as good as you can, and every time they say something where you can maybe find a pain point, so you ask them how things are going. Then everyone likes to talk about their wins, right? If someone will not talk about their wins straight away and tell you what problems they have right off the bat, I think these are the best type of person, not just from a business standpoint, but I think from a personal standpoint. People that do not brag about their accomplishments because they don't have to, because they are accomplished, no. But rather tell you what they can improve. So they always want to improve. They're not fine with making, they make millions a year, but they could do better. And people that always want to do better are, of course, in every zone of life, are most successful people. So I was talking about what went well, and they told me, of course, that they were taking in so many new things. But what was their pain point, and I'll be honest here, but I mean, you can't really poach my clients, so I will be a bit more open here. What they were doing, since they were managing the entire resort, and the resort, let's say they have 30 apartments in one resort. Usually have more, but for sake of simplicity, I'm gonna say 30. They also do the entire income and outcome stuff, right? So if there is some external company mowing the lawn, there is a bill for, say, 1,000 euros, and the operators are not paying the contractors for lawn mowing, right? But what they are doing is they distribute these costs among the owners of the apartment. And this was done by hand. It was super tedious, and I created it was a rather simple software where they could just upload an invoice where they would enter which resort or which category in a resort. Like sometimes there is like balcony cleaning or there is terrace cleaning, and this would only be split on flats that have a balcony or flats that actually have a terrace. And what my program or my SaaS product, my software did, is it took in the expense part, and then it distributed this in the database for all the relevant units or apartments. We call it units, but it's apartments or flats. And at the end of each billing period, you would have all the expenses, and you would have a expense sheet, is what we're calling them, to pass on to the owners what how much money they are owing for maintenance costs, for example. And this will be deducted from the net income, and the net income from the bookings will then also be reduced by a management fee, and the management fee is this what my client gets for their work. So this is how it started off, with a rather simple stuff, and then it exploded kind of in features. We were also managing the bookings, or I managed their bookings, how much money came in via bookings. And then there were a lot of other factors, but fast forward, at the end of each billing period, automatically there will be a sheet for each owner, how much which bookings were in his unit. So if there were 16 stays a month, this will be detailed, and how much money came in, how much money went out, what were the different tax classes, because in Austria we have a lot of different value-added tax, and depending on which service you are selling, it's a different tax rate, right? Regular services would be 20% value-added tax. If you are selling food, they're only 10%. During COVID, there was something where it was only 5% and stuff. And overall, this was a huge software suite that was able to manage their entire operation. And now over 50 people of them are using the software, and they are managing over 1,500 units with the product that I built. And this is what I think is the holy grail in SaaS building, because I built everything myself, right? I do have people that I can rely on if I need them, but I like to do most of the stuff myself. And the reason for this is, this gives me a huge advantage over my competition. They were actually talking to some software development agencies for a cost estimate, and they were I posted on Twitter. I think I posted it as a highlight somewhere. I apparently did not. Well, they were quoting them, let's say, I don't have the exact numbers, but in the post the exact numbers were the approximate numbers were there. And by the way, if you want to follow, go ahead. I would also be highly appreciated. But let's say they are offering a 5-person software team 100,000, for simplicity's sake, 100,000 currency units, euros, dollars, whatever, for the software, right? So they would have to, if this is a company, they have a lot of different money sinks, pretty much. They have their HR department, they have a lot of different departments, and they also have the 5 developers that work on this. So 100,000 for them is kinda barely enough to not lose out. But if you're doing this alone, 100,000 is great. Well, it was great it will always be great, right? I made a bit more than 100,000 by now, but getting a 100k contract is still great for me, and it's awesome. A lot of people are not earning this in a year or two, which is why I also post about the privilege of being able to develop software, right? So everything you need to develop something like this is a laptop and an internet connection, right? Or a desktop PC, any form. But if you were, for example, a car mechanic, you of course would not have those huge margins where you develop software for 100k a piece, but you would also need to have your workshop, right? You need to have the thingy where the cars go up and down, you need to have all your tools and stuff, and which is a huge upfront investment. And if you're not getting this from generations before you, because your father perhaps was a car mechanic too, you will have to, you need a business credit to get all the stuff, right? And you don't need to have this when developing software. So always be mindful of the privilege you have for being a software developer. And I was able to create this. And if you're, as a single person, can you lower music for a bit? Of course, sorry. If you're a single person, you of course get more. And the thing is, why would they give it to you as a single person versus a company with 5 people? So, if you're only one person, of course the communication is significantly easier for them. The music was very distracting. Please, if this happens again, give me a shout immediately. I read chat all the time, and I can. Of course, I do not want the music to be the main focus. But back to the story. If you're one person or one, the thing is, if you're one person, you have all the possibilities, right? You have the option to be extremely great, and of course you have the option to be a huge disappointment. But the better you are, the bigger the margins is. And the 100k margin was huge for me when I started out, but 100k margin is kind of the lower end nowadays. And the thing is, what you need is a complete skill set. And this sounds super hard to have, but I will tell you why it's not. And I will tell you how you can. Okay, someone wants to offer promotion to the chat, which means I will immediately ban this person if I know how to. Ban, there we go. Coca, actually, I'm gonna make you a moderator if I know how. Yeah, there you go. If someone is promoting stuff like this again, please ban these people immediately. Business is always interesting and looking forward. Yeah, I think I talked way too much about this already, so I'm gonna quickly sum it up. Which actually I was at the changing point where I could go over to the software part. Thing is, you can sell something like this if you know how to do everything. With everything, I mean, you need to know how to design software. You need to know how to develop software. You need to know how to operate software, and of course how to maintain software. And this is something that I've done to great success. But I have a specific toolkit for this. And the specific toolkit is, there you go, the ultimate Django boilerplate. And well, the ultimate Django boilerplate doesn't exist yet. Well, I think it doesn't exist yet because I haven't used it. I always used the Django cookie cutter as a start, and I loved it because I actually want to host the entire software suite on a VPS, on a virtual private server. Right? I do not want to use like Vercel or something. And I did prepare a bit for this, and I only have one. I have more bookmarks for this. But here, for example, Netlify is one of these companies that I do not want to use. They are easy to use, right? So they have a lot of different, or a lot of easy to go ways to host stuff. But of course, they have a pay-as-you-go or a traffic metered payment structure, right? So someone here, Daniel Nguyen, I think is how this is pronounced, has a sound file on this server, and this has been listened to a lot apparently, and he had to pay 104k for this. I mean, Netlify then corrected the issue, or not corrected, they waived the fee for him, but it's tough. What do I have here? Here, Vercel is updating their pricing structure from 20 to $306, and this is all not safe. But I didn't think you were able to join us. You had multiple incidents like this, yeah. Hi, by the way, you said hi earlier, and I wasn't talking to chat because I was staying focused. Hi, you had multiple incidents. They had multiple incidents. Vercel, you mean? Or Netlify? Yeah, I think. They are kind of similar in what they're doing, right? So overall, yeah, I agree. And the thing is, this is not really. I mean, you can also use AWS, for example. You can do an Elastic Beanstalk. You can do whatever your horizontal automatic scaling system is, right? But being honest, you will not. If it depends on what you're selling, right? If you want to create the new Instagram or the next Instagram, sorry, or a huge software that is run by a lot of people, you will probably not use my stack as I use it. No, but at least not in the same way. But what I do, I mean, honestly, the SaaS that we sold to Airbnb was also using this stack. A even weaker, I want to say a worse, or a like older version of the stack that I'm using now. But it worked great, and we had a lot of viewers that were running concurrently. And if you want to validate your idea, you can easily go ahead. And because I've been asked on Discord a while ago how much money I make, well, it depends on how much I work, honestly. I do have my license fee. I call them license fee. Other people would call them subscriptions. But my monthly recurring revenue is metered on how many units, for example, the clients manage, right? But giving you a typical ballpark, the lowest I made in the last year per month was 30K, and the highest was 65K a month. And then, of course, if I also what I do, and I will tell you how to structure the contracts if you want to. I also have both a maintenance contract with the people and a new feature contract, if you will. So if they request a new feature, I have an hourly rate for creating these new features, right? So this is also, but this means if I work more, which means if I create more features that they request, I also make more money. But with all the privilege I have in mind, I have made enough money to do stuff that I really want to, and not the stuff that I have to do, which is streaming and teaching others. I actually went to contact my old school. I think it's high school, or the high school equivalent, where you are from 15 to 18 or 19 years of age. If I could talk to students or pupils from them, because when I was their age, when I was 15, 16, I would have wanted a person like me to be able to ask stuff about me, which you don't have to read out, sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, I will read it out if you're fine, because I actually love to have viewer interaction. How can I put this over here so you see it? I think you can see it now. You've used Django since 2012. You struggle with the front end. You've been to write everything guy for your own business. Okay, code says 23,000 lines of code. I have no idea if this is something that's big or small. It also depends on how you structure your code. I'm not a huge fan of measuring complexity in lines of code. You like to deploy to a VPS because you're comfortable looking after VPS. Yeah, I'm too. I worked a lot with VPS and Linux myself. Because as a matter of, you see that I'm using Mac here, but I'm only using a MacBook since I think 3 years, and before then I was always on Linux. You write small apps for yourself. Yeah, that's great. Planting things in my self-sufficiency garden, which is extremely awesome. Honestly, this is like kind of I have two small kids now. One is 3 years old, and the smaller one is 1 year, which means that I'm kind of want to stay near or in the city, so they have like the best possible education. But when they are bigger, I actually want to have a huge garden myself. Okay, yeah, this is exactly the reason why I'm doing this. What is the alternative of VPS? You could use it. You could host it cloud native. You could use it in a Kubernetes cluster, which is hosted by GCP, for example, or by AWS or anything like this. You could use some hosting service like Vercel, or there's something called Python Anywhere and stuff. You can go serverless. AWS Lambda for an entire Django application, I think would be a bit tough. But what I think is great, or what I think could work nicely, is have your main Django application on a VPS, and then if you have something to offload, like for a salary worker, you could use a cloud for this. But I think we should get into the boilerplate now. If you have any, actually I'm going to read out all the awesome people that that followed. Sorry, Kirk, thank you for a subscriber, by the way. You're the only subscriber I have. which means that I actually also make you a VIP. Yeah, you have this founder badge now because you're such a early subscriber. So, Katindi, thank you for following. VK Vikolgi, thank you. You're not making this easy for me, man. Wax. Wax, yeah, this is what we call you, or YXSH_16. TechCheck and Skonded Hex. Thank you for following. You have tried Heroku, Azure Web Apps, Vercel, Python Anywhere, Azure Office for free. Well, AWS also has the free stuff. If you have a site where people often visit, go VPS. If you have a site for your friends, yeah. Your Yash. Okay, Yash makes more sense than You can change your Discord, your Twitch username if you want. I recently changed mine. This is why I know it. Okay, yeah, well, Yash, I of course know you. I have been interacting with you a lot on Discord, and I probably should have been able to see this here. So for a serverless route, I'm not sure. No use, no cost. Yeah, but you of course can be easily exploited if you have seen the example that I showed you quickly with the Vercel metered billing, right? If you have like a media file and people, the media or a static file, and the people are constantly viewing the file, you will be like, yeah, you will have a huge bill. But I'm gonna put this over here again. Put this away. And let's go back to this. So, now that I told you what kind of SaaS products I usually want to develop, the Boilerplate will of course fit this to some extent. It will, but it will be a very, very generic stuff that you can use for others. And what I've seen a lot, I actually have 3 emails that I want to, 2 I'm allowed to read out. One of them I will just summarize in my own words, of people that sent in requirements that they want for the Boilerplate. And we of course, as I promised in, go back here. I have no idea why my mouse gestures don't want to work. Here, on this post I asked you to send in your requirements that you have, and a few people actually did, and we will of course consider this because I'm not a hypocrite. So, the overviews here, I failed to actually link this here. Okay, that's probably why these people bash me so much. So the minimal overview, and I actually have on the Django post that I made yesterday. Of course, I answered to all of you that actually posted something on Reddit, which is what I promised you. And here, Corey, the creator of SaaS Pegasus, actually answered. And which also means that we will have a look at SaaS Pegasus. I haven't looked at them in quite some time. And yeah, maybe we can get inspired by some of their features, right? But there we go, we have the overview here. And well, this is the bare minimum, right? But most of this, if you are familiar with the Django cookie cutter, will be included. We have this included already, but we will set it up nicer. Payments is something we will have to do on our own. And the thing is, if I were to do this everything without commentary, I would be super quick. But I want to have everything commented as well, because my goal is not to make a hugely successful Boilerplate. My thing is to my goal is to educate or show you guys as much as possible. Payment walls will be something we have to integrate ourselves completely. Honestly, we will have to. Actually, we will look at using decorators for this. But the thing is, yeah, maybe we want to have a different gating for different types of subscriptions, right? You can have your like a tiny starter subscription where you can only do X stuff, and then you have another subscription where you can access more stuff. I would also want to implement something like a credit system, if this is something you care about, because I've of course been active on X or Twitter quite a bit, and I've been talking to people, and they are telling me that they found more success in not selling trial time, but instead selling trial credit. So you would have 30 credits, for example, which means, I have no idea what a credit would do, but a credit would, for example, be, you could generate one picture with a credit. And when you sign up, you can generate 30 pictures, and afterwards your trial is over, you would have to pay. Of course, the boilerplate that I want to create in tandem with you guys is something that is a tool for you to create whatever you want with, right? So I'm not going to force anything down your throat, but I want to give you as many tools, honestly, or as many features as possible. Okay, email sending is easy. But media storage, I made a separate post because I was conflicted on this one. Docker, of course, if we're running on VPS and we're not using Docker, we will be out of our minds. Sentry error logging, I will also show you on a production client from whom I have the permission to show the logs. How I do this with an enterprise grade customer. We will only use one code base, so we will not use a React framework for frontend, for example. And I will go into why. Yeah, the cheap production deployment on a VPS, and it's not just cheap, it is also very, what's the word? If you know what's happening, predictable, very predictable pricing. It's always the same. I can show you my bills, they are the same for months. Yeah, organization teams for multiple users, which is multi-tenancy. It has been requested a lot, and of course I want to show you. As a matter of fact, for those of you that have been here during the last stream, MJ, I'm gonna answer you in a second. If you were here last stream, I was reviewing a failed product that I did, like the agency software product. Okay. You want to watch live coding streams? Okay, then I guess I do this super quickly. You are the person writing most in chat, so I will cater to your needs. You see the feature list here, and the thing is, we will not have everything done today. Yeah. Because as a matter of fact, it's just too much, and I will have to want to comment on everything. Okay, let's skip over the feature list. Let's actually get to doing. And by the way, is it okay if I call you MJ, or am I reading this wrong? So just give me a quick shout, please. For the requirements, and I was planning to do development only, but if you the way you work and features. Okay. All right. Let's let me see how we can shortcut this. A consideration on developing. Yeah, of course. So people were telling me that Django doesn't scale and that stuff takes so long, which is probably because they are super bad at interacting with their database, which is also why we will do some database tracking. And whenever we create something or we write code, we will immediately check whether the database queries are the way they are supposed to be. And yeah, so what I was planning on doing, I wanted to create a new GitHub, not a repository honestly, but I wanted to create a new organization. Because the thing is, I want to add you people to the repository, right? Anyone that's here will have access to the boilerplate. Someone who might come later will have to pay a small maintenance fee or something. Thing is, if I go for this one is a public repository. If I go for a repository under my personal account, I could add I'm gonna use GitHub Mobile here. I have no idea if I would leak a password. Give me a second, I have to authenticate because I will want to show you how I can give you guys access to this. Because I'm not sure if I want to have this as a completely public repository. Perhaps, but I'm not sure. Here, I can, if it's a private, I can give you full collaborator access, right? But if you were in a company or in an organization account, and I actually have an organization, I could give you a more granular, like a reading reading permissions. So I will create a new repository under this organization. And the thing is, how do we call the boilerplate? I've seen a lot of people add fast to their stuff. And I actually purchased the domain djangofast.com or fast.com. I also have djangosaas.com. It's possible to create an organization later and assign a repo later. Okay. Well, if you're fine, if it's fine by you, I will. Yeah, actually, I can just move it over later. Okay, let's just create a personal repository then. And I'm gonna call it Django Fast because I'm super not creative and I bought the .com domain already. Okay, let's create the repository. I don't want to initialize it with anything, but what I want to do, and should others have paid version 2? What do you mean others have paid version 2? Any one of you that's viewing the stream, I will consider an early adopter and hand out the boilerplate. If I want to maybe sell it at some other point, perhaps, but I'm not planning on making money of you guys. So, but what I want to do is I want to create issues where, because you people will have access to the repository, right? And I want you to see how stuff is done and when stuff is done and how it's assigned. But the thing is, we don't necessarily have to do it all proper right now if you just want to see something happening. So if you want to see something happening right now, I guess we'll just do this. So as a feature list, then I guess I will do a separate stream where I will discuss the features and just get going with something now. So Django anti-patterns. What is this? I have no idea what this website is. Okay, whatever. So cookie cutter Django is something that one of you pointed out is, yeah, it looks interesting for the anti-patterns. We can then check our boilerplate for anti-patterns. So who was it that asked about the boilerplate, the cookie cutter? It was Mandan. Okay, so yes, I used the cookie cutter for most of my projects. I used it for the community project that we did a while ago, and I will also use it here. But the thing is, what I have been contemplating whether I want to like have the boilerplate as a cookie cutter template, which means like this, where you would have a setup question where you would have setup questions for how stuff is named and things, or whether I just want to make an instance of the cookie cutter and then adapt it to my needs. Since I have not created a cookie cutter template yet, so if you want to see something, I will have to. Yeah, I can't really use it. So I'm gonna go over to my terminal. I'm gonna go into the coding. I'm gonna create a new. Actually, I'm not gonna create a new. I'm gonna start the cookie cutter here. I hope you can see my terminal. I want to know how you design features from scratch. Yes, okay. So whenever we do a feature, I will tell you exactly how I'm gonna think about it. So, how are we gonna call the project? I'm gonna go with Django Fast. We will change this because it looks stupid. Do we have an? Oh boy. Do we want to use an underscore or not? Actually, does Django Fast already exist as a package? Because if it does, then it would be stupid. Does Django Fast exist? Nope. Where are we? Here we are. Let's go with Django Fast. You can't use a minus or a. Is it a minus? Yeah, there's a minus. I think the hyphen, because it would not be a valid package name. But you can use it as a structure, of course, for a folder or a directory, but you can't use it for a Python package. Yeah, let's skip this one. I'm gonna put my name here if I can write it properly. What are we gonna? We're actually gonna host this under demo.djangofast.com. My email, which is public, will be this one. Yeah, I'm not sure if we want to have this open source. People want to log in with the email. My time zone, which we will change later for you who need to, will be Europe, Vienna. I will not use Windows. I will not do any editor-specific things. I will, of course, use Docker with the newest Postgres version and as cloud provider. This is why I told you about using cloud or not, or for media storage. I will use AWS here for a few reasons. We could use none. If we don't use any, if we use none, then all the media storage or media files are files added by users while the app is running, right? So if you upload a PDF for post-processing, for example, this will be stored if you store it at all, or if people upload a picture, this will be stored in a media file. And if you're using Nginx, for example, as a media server, the file will be stored on the VPS, which is on the one hand great because you don't have to use a cloud service for this. On the other hand, it's bad because it's only there. And if it's only there and maybe even someone hacks your account and kills your VPS or deletes your VPS, the media files will also be gone. And if the media files are gone, then very bad, you will not have access anymore. So if you use this on AWS, for example, you will have access to a history. If someone deletes all the stuff, you will have access to a history. And of course, you can use the cloud for more stuff. And what I will use AWS for too is to store my database backups, right? So depending on the client's needs and on what you want to do, you will back up your database once a year or once a minute, once a day, however you care. Once a minute is probably super stupid, but I usually do twice a day for my bigger clients because it's once, yeah. Django storages will let you store media with cloud providers. Yes, if we use the cookie cutter Django here, this will automatically be done with Django storages. So I will use AWS here. And here is the mail service. So thing is, I will have to make a decision here, but it's super easy for you to change later on. During my during the 6-hour stream, I used Mailgun as a mailing service, but I'm not sure if this is something you guys still want to use. What I use for my client, I mean, you can easily go away from or migrate away from Mailgun to like SMTP, and for most of my clients, actually, I am using SMTP from their own server. But as a matter of fact, I will select Mailgun here, and then we'll create a separate video how to migrate. It's like changing 3 lines of code. Go away from Mailgun to SMTP. Great. So I'm not going to use async for this. I'm not going to use a Django REST framework. I don't use a front-end pipeline. I think it makes stuff super complicated if you are not familiar with this. Yes, we will use Celery because it will be one of the big amplifiers. MailPit, yes. Previously, this was called MailHog, or it is a different product. But what it allows you to do is, when you send an email on your production service. Or production server, yeah, of course, an actual email goes out. But if you are on your development environment, you don't want to send out an email. And the things you have, the options you have, you can like print the email to the command line, which is, yeah, well, it works, but it's not pretty. You're very risky by posting a link here, but it apparently worked. What MailPit does, it lets you see how your mails are gonna look on a like a preview. If you want to use Sentry or not, I personally like to use Sentry. Sentry is for error logging, if you don't use Sentry, you will get an email with all your errors. Depends on how you want to do it. If you are, it's fine to switch later, by the way. So if you use Sentry, depending on how you have the alert set up, you will not get a notification if like the application runs into an error. If you are not using Sentry and get email notifications, you will always get an email when a user runs into an unhandled error, like in error with an error code 500. I will use Sentry here. Yes, I will use white noise to serve my static fields. I will not use Heroku because I really don't like hosting platforms, at least not for server-side stuff. Yes, we will use the, I'm not sure, usually I keep deleting the GitHub config anyway, but let's go with this, no debug. Yes, very good, we are super great developers, right? So the thing is, I created I'm not going to show the folder structure, but I created this over here. Thing is, I'm going to put these away, and the problem here is I created this in a new, this created a new directory for me, and I want to have it here in my GitHub repository. So what I'm going to do is, on the other screen, I renamed the project. I renamed it Django_fast now, right? But this did create, well, where are we? This did create Django fast. So I renamed this to this one, right? Now I'm gonna clone the, well, if I could type, I'm gonna clone the Git repository. Okay, clone the empty repository, which is super fine. And here, I'm gonna put this over here so you can actually see this. Oh, this is, I didn't know this was a managed window. Okay, sorry. So this one goes over here too. This is the repository. If you hit Command Shift and dot on Mac, you will see the hidden folders too. So you see here, this has a .git here, which means this is a GitHub repository or a Git repository. And you want to copy over everything from here. I think everything from here. Yeah, you put over everything here inside the Git repository. There's other ways to initialize stuff too, but this is easy, this works, and you don't have to be a pro to achieve this. So what I'm going to delete, I'm going to delete the dev containers. This is because I will not use VS Code and keep VS Code only. I also will delete the docs folder, and I also will delete the docs documentation. But as a matter of fact, let's go over and fire up our editor of choice. For me, this will be PyCharm, other screen. I will open up Django fast. Okay, great. Now I will open up the browser windows again so I can actually see what you guys are talking or typing. Tap the repo name. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you could do this too, but if you are new to this, I think it's tougher. But another thing is push an existing. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. What? I see what you mean. Yeah. Of course, you could have a existing structure as a new an existing code structure as a new repository or in the new repository. So there we go. Now we have, this is what we have when we like kinda. Okay. I'm gonna restart quickly for my plugins. Well, since I was moving I'm in a much bigger home now, which is why I haven't been working a lot, or haven't worked at all in like 2 or 3 weeks. So things might scream for an update. So this is what we greeted with when we just created the project, right? I'm gonna open up my terminal, and as you see here, my lovely whale is packed, which means Docker Desktop is running. And do we quickly go over the Docker file, what Docker does? Yeah, I think I should explain. I should explain how this stack works. So during the setup, we said yes, please. We want to have Docker, right? So what Docker is? Actually, I like to explain the. Where are we? You go to another screen, please. You go to numero uno. Docker has like what? I love to explain Docker with the logo. Do we have a big logo somewhere? We don't, so we're gonna use the small one. There is this lovely huge whale with a lot of container boxes on it, right? So the whale is your Docker runtime. So the if you're working on Mac, it will be your Docker desktop, for example, and you can put all these containers there, right? So as a matter of fact, they are actually called container. And every container can contain something of your choice. It can contain a web server. It can contain a worker that just processes images. It can be a reverse proxy. It can be your Django application. It can be some form of storage, some intermediate, some worker, salary, whatever. And thing is, you will, for each of these containers, you will say what's in there. And you can also say which ports are open for other programs to talk to it, and which ports are open for it to talk out of it. And then of course you can wire all these ports together so these containers talk to each other. Because in our application, we have a few different ports. And what you can see is you have your YAML files here. You have production for production file, and you have your local file. And I have no idea what docs is, and we're gonna delete this one because I don't like the docs. We can set up our own docs if we want later. So, I hope no one is seeing advertisement. If anyone is seeing advertisement and knows how I could fix it so you don't, please tell me. And there we go. So we have our configuration file because we need to tell our lovely whale what we're going to put on him, and also how these things should talk with each other. As a matter of fact, I will quickly use the bathroom and I'll be right back. Please excuse me for 1 minute. And actually, I'm going to run a 1 minute ad so you guys do not get an ad when I actually talk about useful things. So BRB in 1 minute. So I click this ad button. I hope it works. I have no idea. I will mute the microphone for your pleasure. So BRB 1 minute. Right. I'm gonna pop out the chat, by the way, and put it on the other screen because I think it might be something happened. What happened? And where is my other thingy no longer here? Yes, subscribe to tier 1. Thank you so much. You're curious what I'm drinking? Yeah, let me. Oh, here is the other. Let's go to the other screen. Yes, thank you so much for the subscription. You got a founder badge too. So, here's what I'm drinking because I needed to use the bathroom, or because you, okay. So, can I make this smaller? I can't make this smaller. Please bear with me if this is too big. Okay, actually, it's a cool badge. Well, you earned it. Let me put this up a bit so you can actually see. You saw the bottle, yeah, of course. Let me make some advertisement. I'm not sponsored by them, sadly, but I love it. Kool-Aid. This is your first time, chat. All right. So it's called Club Mate. Mate is like a plant from South America. Let me double check. Yeah, South America. And it's like it has a lot of natural caffeine in it, and it actually this drink here has 20 milligrams for 100 milliliters, and yeah, it is super refreshing. I always have that drink. Yeah, well, the thing is, I actually did not drink it for more than 1 week, and of course I got like this. I got headaches because I was on, how do you call it when you are ditching drugs for the time? On rehab. No, it wasn't rehab. Anyway, I went cold turkey on caffeine. I didn't drink any caffeine for 7 or 8 days. Had a headache for the first 2 days, and then withdrawal symptoms. Yeah. And then I had like the 6 clean days of like detox phase, and now when I drink it, I really get the caffeine boost again, and it's really great. Otherwise, I just drank caffeine to like go at my normal level, and now I can actually use it to go a level beyond. Your Hackerspace is interesting. I knew they are a German brand, and I wasn't aware they are like this far. It's just a drink for hackers. Yeah, actually, it is. It was popular for students in the IT thingies, so computer science, and I actually picked it up when I was studying computer science, and it's awesome. It's really great. And the thing is, here in Austria, if you buy it retail without any discounts, one bottle is €1.75 or something. It's super expensive. If you go to Germany, where it's like 50 kilometers away, where it is like bottled, you would pay half the price for it. When I was in Germany, I took so much with me home. Insane. Senior Charles, thank you for following. And okay, so I actually would want to have this stuck. Can I have this stuck? No. Well, let's go back to Docker. Oh, no, I wanted to show you in code. Right. So what you have in you have to tell your whale what to do, right, or what you want to put on it, like a loadout, for example. And let's go with the services, because these services will essentially be the containers. So there's images, there's containers. I'm just figuring out how I ideally want to explain it. Actually, let me think. Let's just ditch the idea of images before now and go with the other. So each of these, like you have services, like this YAML file, you have services, and then you have every child of this, or every like next annotation, you have a service. You have Django, of course, for our main application. You have Postgres for the database. You will have Mailpit. Mailpit will only be run locally for your mail testing. Then you have Redis. I will tell you about Redis later too. And then you have Celery with the beet and flour. So each of them is one of the little boxes on the wheel. They all have a so-called base image where, well, the image tells them what you should build. Like, for example, if you spin up a virtual machine, you will also do it from an image, right? So this is similar to this. And yeah, here for Django, let's go with a build. There's a build context, and this means just where the build file will be executed, and it will be run on, and dot means exactly where this file is located. So this file, the local file, is located here in the top level, Django fast. Let me fold this in. and so it will execute here. So when building the container or the image for the image, when building the image for the Django service, you will execute it in this. You will have all these files available. You can look into one of these Docker files. If you're new to this, you don't have to go super deep into this right now, but you will have a base image usually, and the base image here is a slim image from Python. What it has, it is a Linux image where Python is already installed. And then you will execute a couple of commands where you set up your environment, if you will. So it runs an aptitude command. So update and install from app, which means this is either a Ubuntu or Debian based package. What it does, it just updates the packages and what are already on the system. And of course, what it also does, it adds a few new packages, which is build essential for Python and the scicop dependencies which are required to interact with the database. Then it will do something that you're already used to. Yeah, cookie cutter generated. Thank you. And everything you see here are files that the cookie cutter has generated. And I will remove a couple of them, and I will add a few, and then we'll create more stuff. But here I just want to tell you what we have on our hands right now. I can't see it on the left-hand side. No, sorry. If I show over here, this is my monitor. It's just where my left-hand side. I mean, this. You don't see the folder structure here. Like if I mark this one, you don't see this one. Because my preview shows me you should see it. See the folder structure. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, my bad. Now I understand what you're saying. Yeah, if I hold the command key, you can probably see the pop-up, right? Which tells you the location. So you have your compose. There are all the files here, right? So you have your Docker file here. You have some commands. You don't need a Docker file if you keep the main Docker file from the base image. But there's stuff here, for example. Yeah. The way I went to this Docker file is I can just command click it, and yeah, the compose file here, which is basically just the single source of truth where you generate everything, right? Or where you declare everything. And then for the Django service, to build this will need to be built, because this is something that that is custom for us, right? If you go for Redis, for example, we use plain Redis, and that's it. Plain Redis is fine, and we don't need to have a separate Docker file here, because we're just going to use what the Redis developers give us. Same for Mailpit, for example. The only difference is the ports for Mailpit, and I will go over ports in due time. So here we want to have it something different, and I click on the Docker file to explain a bit more, and after those are just Docker specifics. Here we have something that you probably are already familiar with if you ever worked with Python. What it does, it will copy everything from the requirements, .requirements, which is in here, which is our base, local, and production requirements, into the working directory. And then what it will run, it will install all the environments, all the packages with pip, right? And for the build environment, and in our case, it will be local or production, and each of them has recursively the base. So the base, whatever you have in base, will be everywhere. So this is new in this cookie cutter. This was 100% not here before. So for whatever reason, if you install local production, it will also install these. And I have no idea why it does this, or why this is here. And I actually will remove this and try it without, because these are web servers. This is a web server. This is a database driver. This might be important, or this is important, but this is not. And you will also not use Sentry in development, and you're not going to use either of these for production, for the development environment either. So I have no idea. What we could do, we could use Psycop because we need this for interfacing with our database, and we could put this into the base. But this looks super stupid. As a matter of fact, I want to have a look at, I hope you guys are fine with me doing this for now, because this really bugs me. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna navigate the cookie cutter for a moment. Go into the local file. Well, where's the blame mode? How does this work? Oh, here's blame. My bad, sorry. Yeah, but why? I see that you do this, but tell me why. Where do I go to the... I guess this is part of an issue? Why is no issue tagged? And why has this been merged? Yeah, okay. Sorry for me being a bit nerdy here. It was 6 years ago. Okay, I see. How do I go in the other around? How do I go in the other direction? Ah, yeah. 4 years ago, and now, like, with... Oh, okay, for a deployment check for... I see. Or apparently I see. I understand now, okay. So if something looks off, this is how you check back why it is. So it's only for a test case, so it's not for actual usage, because you would not use the other in a local production, in a local environment. But if you want to do a deployment check, yes, this does make sense. I have not looked at the test bear shell file. We can look at this later too, but now we know it. When I develop locally, do I use Postgres or SQLite? I will always use Postgres for the reason because debugging on Postgres might be different than debugging on SQLite. And if you are creating a more advanced product, you will take advantage of certain things that are only available with Postgres, indexing for example. If you want to deploy and test this locally, you will need to run Postgres locally. So that's the reason why. And of course my machine has enough power to run the additional container. So after I lost myself here, here's the container name, fine. And here's stuff it depends on, because other services that Django needs to actually run will be our database, of course, our Redis. Redis is a key value store that runs in memory that you can use to cache stuff, that you can use for other services to talk to, and of course MailPit to send the emails to. Postgres is the database. If you have questions, please, I will happily explain everything you care about, but I don't want to overload you with information unless it's really required. And here is something we see the first time, which is MailPit, and well, it says there are open ports, or it defines open ports, and none of the or Postgres database does not, and Redis also doesn't. Why don't these define their ports? Because we want to probably the database should talk to others, right? Well, I'm glad you asked, because if you do not define the port, it's only visible inside the Docker environment, like the Docker containers. The containers themselves can talk to each other all the time. But if you want to from outside, like via your browser or something, talk to the container, it will need to have the ports open. And for Django, it will open the 8000 port, and we can access it with our browser. With our browser, we can go to localhost on the port 8000 and then look at what Django gives us, right? And what it says here, depending on your IDE, my IDE tells me specify both ports. Containers contain. You're very well put. It's your host, which is my machine, and then it's inside the container, right? So Django exposes its interface on 8000, and I want to show it on 8000 on my computer. Boilerplate does 8025, and Redis nothing, because Redis will only be used by the Docker services themselves and not by me outside. If I were to use the Redis, sorry, I need to lose the watch. If I were to use the Redis CLI to talk to Redis or some monitoring tool for Redis, I would need to have an open port to talk to it. As a matter of fact, Flower really just is a way to monitor and also kind of interact with Celery. Actually, let me quickly, I'm gonna do on my other screen, I'm gonna look at one of the Flower instances from one of my clients and see if this is something I can show or not. Nope, I'm sorry, this is definitely not something I could show you on real data. But you can see all your running tasks there that are run by an external message broker, because if you have something that is heavy load, for example, what is heavy load? Or even talking to other services, like API calls might take time, right? The other service might be super slow, and so you don't have to wait. And if you do this synchronously, it would mean that your Django application is blocking for this one user. So it waits until it has so there is this entire request response cycle, right? If you as a user click on your website somewhere, you issue a request for whatever, maybe to see a web page. And to build the web page, Django itself would need to fetch data from an external service, for example, or even better with the actual example. You submit a form, and after the form has been submitted, Django will have to work with the data by sending, let's take AI for example, because AI is like the hot shit at the moment. You have your AI library somewhere, and you will have to send, the user uploads an image, you send the image to a third-party API service, does something, gives you and sends you back the modified image. This might take time, and if you just had left the user wait for the response, you will have like the little spinning progress circle, and the thread, the Django thread is blocked. The entire worker is blocked, and this is bad because you will only have so many workers, and then you will, like, other users will have to wait, and it's horrible. So this is something when people say like Django might not scale, is because they implemented it wrong. What you would do, you capture the request from the user that they want to edit this image. Then the job is handed off to Celery, which is a message queue, or message queue. And then you have your Celery worker, and the workers, they run independently of the Django application, right? So the workers just wait for Celery to give them a job, and then they execute the job, and then they, like the result, for example, they put back into the Django database. And then when the user refreshes, you see the user, you will log for example, you have a table where you show the user all the jobs, like the image processing jobs. And this one is processing, and after a certain time you either refresh the page, or the user refreshes the page and sees completed, because the worker already did the job and posted it. Fine. This is something where we need Flower, and Flower will give you an overview of all the tasks. I did talk way too much about Flower. Okay, Celery, we will talk about Celery and Flower when the need arises. But this is why the port is open, so you can actually check it from your machine at home. You can check on the production server, or well, from your browser you can check the local machine. Anything that's super special here? No, I don't think so. What I like a lot is that this is for the documentation, has actually been put into a separate file, because I always deleted it from the other file, and now I'm just gonna delete the docs file because it's useless. In one sentence, if Saturday kicks off a job, is it possible to keep a user updated with the status of the job? Yes, you could do this. This is of course possible. And then sorry, over here there are volumes, and volumes are, well, pretty much it's like a disk space for a certain service. And here these are for Postgres, they are mounted here, the volumes, and that's just something inside Docker and inside the container. Right, so if you create a backup inside the container, it would also be in this volume here, and this volume is persisted, and even if you kill the container, you will still have this. For example, a progress bar, a toast on completion makes a lot of sense. I'm a bit skeptical with progress bars because you can't really measure the process, how long it will take. Because often if you talk to an external service, you send the service to the external request, and you can't really show a progress bar because you don't know how long this will take. You can show them in progress, and you can then tell them when. You can even show them an average wait time, but a progress bar wouldn't make sense. But a toast, yeah, you can show a toast. Okay, now that we have this one, this is a little trick. Actually, let's go to something of the practical stuff. I usually copy the local file and call it Docker Compose, because this is the exactly same file, right? Completely same file. But the difference is, if we want to start Docker, you can either run Docker Compose, then specify a file, which would be local YAML, and right. But if you don't specify a file, it will look for the default file name, which is docker-compose. So I'm just going to do this and see if I get an error because I failed to stop other services or not. Okay, it looks good so far. The warnings are irrelevant. Okay, so while this works, I'll explain you what it does. Wait, did we get ads now? Did you guys see? I see on here, I see pre-roll ads disabled for. Is there an ad? I don't see if there's an ad break. I didn't run an ad. Oh, what are quick actions? Ads mentor. Can I disable ads? Oh, okay, no, an ad starts in. Oh, I can snooze ads. Okay, ads are snoozed for 5 minutes. Nice. Okay. So you probably don't see ads now, I hope. And so what it does, I started the Docker Compose stack, is what we call it. And what it does, as you see here, it downloads all the stuff. So it downloads the Postgres file to run the database. And it also downloads right here, it downloads all the Python packages that we need, or that we want. And it builds stuff, like it builds the wheel, or it downloaded and now builds Django auth, and this is done. And now we're waiting for a psycop, which is of course the adapter for a database. And this will take some time at first, it will always take some time. Because it has to download everything, and of course it also has to build them. Just downloading depends on your internet connection, but building will always take some time. And this is only done once. Unless, of course, you change your requirements. If you add a new package, then you will have to download and build them again. But if you look here, you have a separate build environment, a build stage, and a run stage. Right? So the build stage is only updated when the requirements change, and the run stage will be executed when you actually run the stack. I see the benefit of doing this is it's reproducible. Want to deploy it to VPS? The build is tested and reproducible. I'm not sure I follow your comment here. What doing this means using Docker? Your machine nearly dies when I run Docker. Actually, let me have a look at how much power is used here. Actually, I mean, Now there's a bit more. How much CPU usage is it pulling? Yeah, it's taking quite a bit too. Actually, my MacBook started using the fans. So it says me here, it tells me here on the other stream, running 1 minute 30 seconds ad manually will remove the upcoming automated ads, but I can't really run this here. Yeah. So if there's any ads, I'm super sorry. Wait, I put you stay the way you are. Okay, there we are, we are done. And here you can see, hopefully you people are here and are not held hostage by advertisement. I don't mind ads. I think everyone else is asleep. Well, there is a lot of people lurking here, which is fine. I have 21 viewers, or 21 viewers, at least, which tells me there are 21 viewers. Not everyone might too. Yeah, see, there we go. What command did you use? You mean now to run this? I ran a docker compose up, this one. And if there are no build files, then it will be built automatically. Okay, so here, this is the initial startup. You see, I have no idea what this is. Okay, so this doesn't work. I crashed because this database does not exist, right? But this is fine. Oh, to check, I use htop. So it's just a little command line tool called htop. Just it is what I used on my Linux servers too. So I was here because of this error message. Please be not alarmed by this. Of course, this database does not exist yet. If we scroll down a bit, we can see here our migrations are being run, and you can see that here the salary and here also the migrations are run. So now they already exist. So if I were to restart the stack, things would still work. So if I click on this, we are okay. Actually, let me go into the browser and not do the pop-up thing. We can go to either localhost 8000, we can go to 127.0.0.1.8000, or we can use all interfaces, which is 4 zeros, and of course our port that we defined. Actually, can I, if I, copy this, copy current URL, I create a new tab with the chat, I'll put it out here. No, not this one. You go here, come completely over there. Can I have two screens here? Two chats? Yes, I can have two chats. I probably should find a better way to do this, or have this a sticky window. Or a floating window, how is it? Wait, is this the way it's supposed to be? Quickly bear with me, sorry. What? Oh, fuck. I did not want to source this file, I wanted to view this file, my bad. I have floaty windows somewhere, right? Floaty. Oh, it's all T, okay. So, theoretically, if I do this, no. It's not floaty window. There is sticky window somewhere. Focus. Nope. 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 Yeah, I need to update this config, and I will have it ready for our Thursday stream. Very good. Where are we here? There's nothing here. We want to go here. So this is essentially what we have when we start up. This is the cookie cutter stack without any modifications. We have a home, nothing here, about nothing here, sign up, and a sign in. This, as I see, has also been changed compared to the last time I used the cookie cutter. Okay, so if we want to create an admin user, I will show you how to do this too. We execute this command. It says docker compose. We need to be in the root directory, docker compose run, then remote machine on Django. And on Python, we call this command python manage.py and create super user, which is the same as when running Django outside of Docker. This prefix is required for running something inside the Docker container Django. And of course, in our file here, it's called Django. So this is how we use it. There we go. Create a super user. We use an email address. What did I use? This one. A super bad password. Yes, of course, use some stupid password for local stuff. I'm gonna use this one, and the password I'll use that. See, now we got a verification email sent. And where was the mail sent? Can't see it here anyway. So, how did you recall the command for creating a super user? Well, I created a few super users before. You recall the command, you mean a reverse search? When using the terminal, which is a terminal down there, you can use command R for reverse, and then you just type any part of any command you ever used, and then it will show you something. So for example, if I want to something with production inside, or Sherlock project, or complete Django, type prod, and it's the last command I used where prod, where prod was in the command. It's there. Yeah, it's like a control R. Actually, it is. Sorry. Yeah, it is control R. I didn't use command R. If I said wrong, command R doesn't do anything. Yes, control R. It is bash. Yeah, it is like I use a set shell here, but it works the same. And like if I go on the backsearch and I write create super user, then of course this pops up because I've already created super user once or twice on my system. Now it says verify your email address. Where is my email? Nowhere to be found. Right? It's not nowhere here. Let's recall we're using MailPit, and MailPit is running on this port. So what this means, I go to 25. And I will be greeted with MailPit. This is how MailPit looks. And it's like following the file into Docker file before. Some of your viewers may not know about reverse search. Yeah, I'm super sorry if I assumed that you know about reverse search. Just ask and I will be very glad to tell you about it. Here we go. We have MailPit, and 2 minutes ago there was an email. Let's click on this email. This email went from our webmaster. We will, of course, in production, have a different sender, and it went to the email address I specified. Hello from Django Fast. You're receiving this email, blah, blah, blah. If to confirm this is correct, click on this. I click on this, and then I confirm the email. Very good. Now I have confirmed this email address. Of course, now I can log in again, and very good. I have successfully signed in as this. And if you sign in, you get to your login success URL. And this is on your profile. Personally, I don't like this as the there's multi-factor authentication already enabled with cookie cutter Django. This is awesome. I did not know that they added it. This is a huge release, because I always had to like tediously auto commits. Let me not forget about auto commits. I will show you how to run auto commits and code checks before doing stuff. When was this added? Nope. Can I search for MFA? Well, this is great. I did not know that they do this. We need to explore this, because this is... No way. Okay, of course styling is not ideal, but of course we don't have to do this ourselves. Mr. Nick 2K1, thank you for following 4 minutes ago. Yeah, it does come from Django. It says so in the... oh boy. Luckily I didn't hear it says this. Oh boy, yeah. Okay, so what I told you, I do not want the login success URL. And there we go. Here we go. Like if you, depending, there will eventually and inevitably be some things that are depending on my IDE. If you're using VS Code, then I'll tell you what I do and you know hopefully how it works in your IDE, right? So if I do Command Shift F, I can find everything in files across the entire project. And I want to check the success URL, and this is the tests, right? So if I go here, I could change the success URL, because instead of going to the user, I could, I don't know, maybe go back to the home page or something else. So if we don't care about this, or if we do care, honestly, sorry, if we care about this, we do. Show that view again, this one, so the user update view. Or you mean this view, the find and files view? The find and files, I'm pretty sure VS Code does have this too. But here we could change this to like return to the home page instead of the user profile. Or it depends on what your product will do. You can actually edit in here too. This is true. I could delete this, but you can then just click on the respective occurrence, and then you jump to the actual file. You're no longer in the subpanel. Here, of course, there is an invalid Python interpreter selected for the project, and this is why I will create a new interpreter. This is VS Code. This is Python specific, because I want to have a remote interpreter in the Django service and on Docker. And what this does, it hooks into the container, and inside the container has all the here you can see this is all has the squiggly underlines, because it's not installed, or it doesn't think it is installed, because I do not have Django installed on my system itself, but I do have Django installed inside the Docker container. And now I told VS Code PyCharm, I have no idea why I get this wrong. I told PyCharm that it should be so kind and use the environment inside the Docker container, because this is where the application will be running. So it makes sense to have all the stuff there too. And what it says down here, it's indexing everything that is inside the what is it called? Inside the container. And now it's done. And you can see there are no longer those squiggly lines. It's no longer underlined because we actually have access to Django. Very good. So, coming up, what are we gonna do next? So MJ, or MJD, I think, is probably what I should call you, because the AU at the end is for Australia. We have a few options. Let's jump into this here. MJD, okay. So I'm gonna lose this watch again because I have like this new fancy palm rest for my keyboard, and the watch is like scratching over here. By the way, look at my awesome keyboard. I wasn't able to use this a lot because I was jumping offices before. Super heavy plate, but I love it. Okay, so yeah, many users were confused at this interpreter step in my last video, I think is what you mean. Thanks to the 2 people subscribing to my YouTube channel. I got an email for each one of you. Yeah, thing is, this is dependent on your development environment. And this VS Code does this with the, what's it called? Dev containers. I will, if you really care about this that much, I can create a separate video on how to set up the environment properly. So now that we have this set up, I will be able to do stuff now, right? I can now edit everything that I care about here to build a better boilerplate. Because if we see here, all it does with big quotation marks, because it's pretty great already, but you can't see all the excellence. You don't really see much here. You can edit some stuff, you can change your email, you can add multi-factor authentication and sign out, and that's it. Right. This is also, you can also see this as a boilerplate, and it really is. But it's also, well, not too much. Or it doesn't have any payment integrated and stuff. As a matter of fact, let's look at the base requirements and see what's installed already. So, what do we have here? These are a few Django specific thingies, and utils all of for the authentication stuff, Redis for interfacing with the message broker, and of course for caching. And it also has crispy forms for the respective bootstrap thingy. Because if you see, these are not plain HTML forms, and this is using Bootstrap, right? And I probably should also show you how to navigate the code base a bit. But honestly, I would love for 1 or 2 people in chat to tell me what they would love to see next. I could show you how to navigate these thingies, how this is built in detail, or we could also start adding features, or I would show you how to think about adding features. And I will make, once the boilerplate is completed, I will make a separate video or a separate stream and showing you how to work with it. A new email. My bank is asking me whether I want to buy gold. I don't. It seems it's running Django 4 rather than 5. Yes, Django 5 is not mature enough for working with Celery yet. So Django 5 does not work, at least if, to my knowledge. Maybe it changed in the last 2 weeks. I was away for 2 weeks. I was fully away for 2 weeks, and I was not working for 3. But Django 5 was not working with Celery, and Celery is super nice. And if you want to build something that's super stable, you probably don't play on the bleeding edge. That's why I also love to use Django and not use like the newest. Oh, you have different colored usernames on the chats here. And not use some of the newest frameworks for JavaScript. Okay, how to approach the design of a feature. Gladly, let's do this. Also cool if I was jumping out randomly. And I will want to use this later too, because what Coolify does, or what it promised to does, I have no idea how well it does. It gives you like an interface for self-hosting with like a great alternative to the big players on a VPS with a lot of stuff. They promise a lot of stuff, and I want to like, this is great, but I will never like recommend this to anyone without using it myself, and I want to use this myself. Okay, so I will create an initial commit to the repository so we can see what the baseline was. Before I do this, I will run the pre-commit hooks, and what pre-commit does is, well, it does something before you commit something. That's why it's called pre-commit. But you can also run this before committing manually, and you have your config here, right? Your pre-commit config. And let me remove the terminal for a second to show you more. What this does is it has a lot of different hooks that are executed, right? So our hooks are, well, different things really. And you have something here, those are easy things, like they check whether certain files are formatted properly. They fix your random file, they fix your white space so you don't have like space at the end of a file if you need it. It checks whether you can upgrade something, Django upgrade. I mean, I'm not sure this is really necessary. It also has black here, I hope. Uses DJ lint for the, okay. Oh, this has also been significantly changed. Let's run it anyway, and I'll show you how this works. You go for pre-commit run, right? I deploy low volume apps on a Raspberry Pi at home with TLS. Could Coolify let me use my my Raspberry Pi as a VPS? Can't you use your Raspberry Pi as a VPS already? So what I see, Coolify works, you put Coolify onto a VPS, and then it provides you an interface. But if you care about this, I will do a separate. What provides the pre-commit binary? That's a good question. I actually have it installed. I did, actually, let me do pre-commit. Nope, this is not. This was something from a completely different pre-commit. Yeah, I pip installed pre-commit to run it locally. Otherwise, perhaps it is inside. Yeah, it is here. It is installed. It is installed locally, so you could also use it like you use this for create super user, right? So you could also say pre-commit here. There you go. But since this is a static checking, right? Checks your files. You don't need to execute it in the container, and it's faster on your main file system. So this is why I use it like this. Something happened. Oh boy. HCN. Thank you so much for following. Oh boy, my Python has not been found. I did, if you looked at this here, before streaming, update my Python version with Homebrew, and it had a lot of errors, and I have not gone over. Yeah, pre-commit. This is correct. This, Python has not been found. Yeah, because the thingy has been removed to Python 3.11 or something like this. Yeah, I need to fix this. I need to fix this afterwards. Oh boy, now I did not add the flags. But actually, great. So you don't have to install it. It's great that you don't have to install it locally. So we can just prove that what I said works. Is because your Python is in the venv and the Docker container doesn't know about it? No. The thing is, like, if you run pre-commit here outside of containers and everything, it doesn't care whether there are containers. It just checks on files in your file system. Well, it checks if they are properly formatted, if there's trailing white space and stuff like this. And as a matter of fact, you don't even need to use Docker for pre-commit to work. But Docker itself also has access to all the files because we copied them in, so we can use it inside. So now what it does, it initializes the stuff. I will do some troubleshooting. Here it works. Oh, it's 3.12. Is this still running here? Yeah, this is still running. It probably works while it's still running. So this download stuff here, I am very interested whether any of these hooks will do formatting, because previously there was also black, which is a known code formatter for Python. And djlint, what I think does is for templates. So yeah, okay. These have all been skipped because I don't have any JSON, TOML or XML file and stuff. Why is pre-commit complaining that I can't find Python? I have no idea. Maybe because I killed my local version for something, or maybe because I've changed the alias to the wrong one. Maybe it works now. No, I have no idea. Yeah, so it's I have no idea if this can actually execute or if this works with an alias, or if it doesn't work with an alias. So this does exist, this binary does exist, but maybe it doesn't properly resolve to it. This is something I actually don't need to fix because I never used Python on my local machine. Really, I only use it inside containers. Will pre-commit format your files by itself? Yes, it does. And as a matter of fact, I really don't know why this has removed all the different formattings. So I'm gonna go for a blame here. So it says auto update pre-commit hooks. Okay, whatever. Here, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go for a blame here and see why anyone wanted to delete black here 3 years ago. Wait, hooks black. Black is here. They are all here, but what? Why are they not here? Oh wait, this is the wrong project. Here we go. This one. Rough. Oh, rough is apparently used as formatter and linter now. But why? I don't care, man. I like my black because I'm actually using black to format myself. Let's see if rough does anything bad or if it's a different formatting than I use. But yes, pre-commit, depending on what you have, like those fixers, of course, it depends on how the hooks are configured or developed rather. A fixer will, of course, but something that only checks will not. Let's see if I can. I don't know, maybe this is something that's a problem. Let's run this here. Yeah, also I have no idea why this environment has not been saved. I will of course do my best to fix my local problem, because you don't want to initialize the environment every time. Oh boy. While this is working, let's think about something to actually do afterwards. So, where are we wanted to create, like 15 minutes ago, we wanted to create a feature. Okay, I hear you. Approach design a feature. Yash, do you want to suggest any of these features to start with? Or suggest a new feature? So do you want me to read requirements from people that sent them in? Or anyone else wants to like suggest any feature? CI and CD, yeah. You sure? We did this in the last stream. It's nothing new. And I can't really showcase CI and CD really good before having it deployed on a VPS. I'd rather use a feature like payments or walls or even the design. I really just want to write some code so I can show you how to also do whichever of them you would typically go for in the beginning. You build one feature on top of the other. And have to do it. Devon was using HTMX user. Okay, great. Then let's actually do this. Thing is, let me put this over here quickly, because I'm using HTMX for one of my clients, and I mean it is for a selector. It's a bit boring. Okay, let's go with HTMX. Let's do payments, boys. We could do payments, or we could use the. Okay, I'll give you two options. Actually, I think I can create a poll, or not. Oh, can I create a poll? Am I this important? Show mod icons. Oh, this one. Nah, I don't need to ban people. Does anyone of you know how to do a poll? How to use polls. Let's go. Creating polls. How? Okay, dashboard. Okay, the dashboard. Man. Oh, manage poll. There we go. So I go over here and I click on. Show me where. Quick actions. Manage poll. There we go. Create a new poll. Which feature to work on first? One. Payments with Stripe. One time. Okay. So I can't add too much, but payments with Stripe would be for one-time payments and for subscriptions. And what might benefit from HTMX? There we go. This is option 2. Multi-tenancy. So before posting the first one, payments, probably pretty easy. It's an integration with Stripe and with webhooks and everything, so the entire thing. And I will also do some research because I know there are existing packages like DJ Stripe which we could use or not. I used them for some projects and I didn't use them for others. We will talk about the benefits of each of them. And the other will be multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy, of course, means you can have more than one tenant on a web page. And technically this is already multi-tenancy because you have user accounts and each account is a tenant if you want to have it like this way. Or what people usually mean when they say multi-tenancy mean there is like an organization where you can have 50, like you can have an unlimited amount of people inside an organization. So like MJDU and Coca could be an organization. You could share like user models or user instances with each other. You would like create tickets for your customers, or you would create a real estate unit and both of you will have access to it, right? Because it's based on your organization. And this is what multi-tenancy is, and this is what we would use HTMX with, because I would use HTMX quickly for the switcher. Yeah, let's say it. Quickly for a switcher, and it's just a showcase really, you wouldn't need it. Let's just start. Let's go with, a poll has started, there we go. Please vote, and I hope it's not just you two people voting. And so the first one, payments, we do payments with Stripe, so you can spend money on an application. And the other would be multi-tenancy, where we'd have organizations and people would be able to work with organizations. I'm kind of offended if there's only 2 votes. Or 3 votes, I'm no longer offended. 4. Ooh, spicy. I have to say I'm really happy to see you people interact. We have not much time left. Okay, great. So multi-tenancy wins. I'll actually do a floating window with what I'm doing. So 1 second, you will have my face there. And now you don't. So I have a floating window here, which I will put somewhere to write the current task. So people coming in here will also see what we're doing. So I'm gonna put this over here. Current task, multi-tenancy. This looks pretty bad. Can I make this smaller? No, I can't. Okay, current task is multi-tenancy with HTMX. Okay, let's do it like this. I don't know who voted it really. I just know that people voted. But thanks for assuming so much. So we will do a quick design talk. Archneme04 or Archnemesis, I assume. Thank you so much for subscribing. You're the 3rd subscriber we have, which makes you it's 5th overall, but the 3rd. Current. You will also get a founder badge. Thank you so much for subscribing. So we will, if you have any requests, please interact with us. And now we do a quick design talk for how we work with with organizations. Multi-tenancy, we will have an organization that users can create, and of course the users also can share resources with. And the thing is, this is one of the things you usually want to actually create at the very start of a project, because everything kinda is intertwined with it. If you create something like a location or a real estate unit, it will probably work with the organization, or is tied to an organization. So it makes sense to work with this at the very start. And since we're talking about payments, you could have the payments tied to either a user account or tied to an organization, right? So what we need, of course, is we will need to have, I will stop the Django server for now, because we will need to make migrations. or changes in the database. Actually, I wanted to create a init to the repository. I will push this to our repository over here. I will create an issue because what I will not do, I will not create any text inside the issue, but I will create an issue for this, so you can see how I actually work with commits and how I tag these in the commits. So you get a like kind of real experience how I work, and let's call it with organizations, and have HTMX in our head. Okay, so what is issue number 1? Oh, okay, dependabot is installed. So dependabot already found something because we can bump something. It would want us to bump Django to 504, but I don't want. But I don't want to do this. I told you before, I do not want to work with Django 5. And as a matter of fact, I will kill dependabot for actions. I think I don't know where it is really. Workflows. Where's workflows? Where are you? Are you part of CI? I thought GitHub you have your CIs on. Yeah, you have your dependabot YAML, and I don't want you. So what I will do, I will delete dependabot. Actually, I don't want to do. I will want to work with it later. Let's just keep it and have it eat our minutes. But I want to kill the. I want to disable the. I want to disable it, but I don't know how. Where? Disable workflow. There we go. So I want to disable the workflow because what the workflow does, it spawns a runner which does certain stuff, and it does like check whether certain packages are outdated. It runs tests for me automatically and stuff, and the codebase is not at a point where it makes sense to have automated tests yet, because there's nothing besides the initial stuff, and it takes time to work. And these minutes, like this one took 1 minute away from me, and I will have to pay for the minutes theoretically if I were over a certain threshold. I have many tutorials, but nobody talks about why we are doing something and in this order. Well, I'm glad to be offering you something different. And so what is the change? Oh, this is super bad by me. I of course didn't update my Docker ignore. This is what it is. Docker ignore, my git ignore, sorry. I don't want to have my config in here for all of you to see. Yeah, I will have to remove this one. So the way I actually remove this one is not by uncommenting it here, but by going into the... Oh, this is tedious, and I'm super sorry that you have to bear with this, but it's something that I need to do right now to have this a clean thing. Where are you? I will close this here. Delete the file. So if I go here, the .idea folder is gone. I still have it. Not sure. This is like a low priority window, so it's behind the others. I still have it here, and it's now ignored. It's now ignored. I still have it to work with on my local machine, but you guys will not have my editor config because this will be super annoying. The question is how to remove something from a GitHub repo that shouldn't have been committed. I could actually rewrite the history, or I could just remove it like I did. And what I did is, well, if you look at this, there's this .idea, right? So if I delete it, by actually deleting it, then adding the deletion changes to pushing them, and well, then it's there. Then I add it to the git ignore, so it won't be added again, and then I restore the things. This is the quick version. The proper version, I mean, here now you guys can see what it was, right? It's still in your repo. Yeah, sure. This is what I'm showing right now. You still have this. I mean, this is auto generated, so I don't really mind. And this project will have a lot of files, a lot of changes. So I don't think. I mean, no one can steal anything from this. If I had been so stupid to add a secret key or so, then I would have to rewrite the history. You can see something that I did. I mean, here you can see that I have some settings for whatever. I mean, I don't use Java. Whatever. I don't think you can do anything bad with any mischief with this. So I think it's fine if we do it just a quick and dirty way, because I actually wanted to like get going, and explaining this took me some time now. So okay, now we have our init, and what's important is we go to our models for users, right? So this is our abstract user, and please bear with me. It might be possible that some files look a bit different from when I last worked with them, because this is a completely new instance of the Django cookie cutter, and everything we have here is for our user model. So what our user model also can have is organizations, like a many-to-many field with many organizations where a user is part of, and of course with a currently selected organization. And there's two ways to work with this. You can not have a field for a currently selected organization and just store this in a session storage, which means as long as the user has an active session, you are completely fine with doing this. And if they don't have one, then you would use any of them of the assigned as the default. I did the session and caching system last time I did, and also that I did on the failed assignment or the failed project. But now I actually want to do it a bit different. So what we need, we will need organizations. And what I like to do is have the organizations in a separate application, because you would have organizations, but also, this is what I will do, and this is what I like to do, and this is what I did too successful. But you might want to use stuff differently, so that's completely fine. But I'm going to show how I do stuff. So what I do, I use Django admin start app, and I will call it organizations. Okay, there we go. Now we have organizations here in the top level directory. I will move this into the Django fast, and I will refactor this. So what refactoring does, and if you are not using PyCharm and you are moving this into a structure, because that's where all our applications are sitting, like users too, have a look at apps, and it needs to have this Django fast prefix. And this is what PyCharm did for me when moving this in, right? This is what the refactoring does. It also added it. But if you don't have this, the application will have a different entry point, and it will be significantly harder for you to, it will be impossible for you to work with. So you need to add this manually here if your ID doesn't. Rest, so nothing special, right? There's nothing else here. There's only the apps. Great. So now I have created an application called organization. There's nothing in here yet. And there's models, nothing here yet. We will do a class organization. I'm using, does not have the refactoring option. If it doesn't have, you need to add the prefix from the directory here. So all of this is my autopilot. I do not want to use this with autopilot. What I do, and now I see it, there is no longer a utils folder. I want to create a new directory. I call it utils for utilities. And inside there, I will do a models.py. I think PyCharm is better in every aspect compared to VS Code, but you do you. What I like to do is class a base model, and this will inherit from Django's models.model. Of course, we need to import it, and we will always do the base model is from Django itself. So what we do is we from DjangoDB import models. Great. So what it does, what this does, is to but this is a base model. It will be abstract, which has been correctly added from the autopilot. It will be an abstract class. An abstract class means you will be unable to instantiate this one. You can never create a instance of base model. You can only use base model to extend it with other models. So we don't just want to have created and updated it, which is great, but what we also want, I want to have UUID. Great, which is what I want. Then I need to import it, of course. And there we go. So this is a primary key. Our new primary key will be a UUID. A UUID is this long string. You're enjoying using Copilot in VS Code? Yeah, Copilot works the same in all IDEs. Depends. Sometimes I have really great things. Sometimes I have it does super stupid stuff, which essentially is just a syntax error, which should not be possible. Exactly. Now I edit this, right? I have base model here. I'm gonna put this away, split and move this to the right, so you can have this as a learning help, if you will. Now I'm gonna create a class which I call organization. Organization was super hard for me whether I use an S or a C, and now I don't use models.model. I use base model. Right? And then I just pass it and want to see what the compiler does. And now I use the context menu to import base model. I can of course remove this, and now I have an organization which inherits from base model, right? And if we go over here to base model, which is here, we see this has 3 fields. It says UUID, it has created it and updated. Quick note, I now have 15 views when I'm coding, and I had 22 views when I did just talk. Very interesting. Yeah. You're using British English in Australia, I would assume, so I see where you're coming from. Coca, yeah, you're completely correct. Every model that is declared like this, with a base model, instead of models.model, will have everything base model has. So it has a UUID, it has a created ad, and it has an updated ad. And this is nice because we have something for, we have this for everything and we want this for everything. As a matter of fact, could you think of anything else that you would want to have with every model? I'm gonna go over quickly and we did have this for FCD community. And if we go to the files and see use those models. Pi, did we do anything else? We only also did these. I did something more for a bigger client. It really just depends on what your needs are. And the thing is, you can always extend this later on too. So if you, for example, want something that might be interesting, is you could have a hex code here for a certain color that is calculated based on the UUID with a hash function. Right? Does this make sense? So for example, if you would want to have your organization with a color or an associated color which does not change but is like kind of randomized on creation, you could create a color field based on a hash function of UUID. As a matter of fact, I don't think color field does this. There is a package for this to work with. Actually, why not just look into it? The agency project was the one that failed, the SaaS business I failed with, that I showed you last time on stream. And here, base, there is something that color hash, right? If you don't want to create this yourself, there is color hash, and it does exactly what I meant. So it does a color, you put anything inside, any object, right? And there are some optional stuff where you, like for a color hash. And you could also probably do this with a, does this even have a field? I thought it also had a field. But that's why we have this one. Go to file. No, I don't want to go to file. Can I search all files? What might have been a color? Let's go here. Then I have customers, and I go to customers and models. No, wasn't for customers. But I really have no idea how this worked anymore. Do we have pipeline models? No, we didn't. Organization models. Last check. No. For a user, perhaps? Press dot in GitHub. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, this is how I did it. I should press dot. No way! This is awesome, I had no idea this works. Did I write color differently? Oh boy, there you go. But it's called color hash here. I'm sorry, man. Sorry to disappoint. I actually, if I manually type, I will use the English version. But this is interesting. I don't know if I can use any short. Okay, this is cool. I have no idea this worked. This is extremely awesome. Thank you for suggesting this. Okay, this was the color hash, quick export. No, I killed the chat. Sorry, boys. Fuck. Pop this out. You can search now, yeah. Thank you for letting me work again. You go up here somewhere. And back to this, yeah. So we could use a color for each of them. Yeah, if we would want to. I don't know, if there's something you care. I think honestly it's a cool feature. Let's do this. So I can show you actually how I install a new package and a lot of different stuff. So color hash on PyP. This is the Python package index. I copy this with the exact thingy, how's it called? The exact version number. Then I open up the base txt file, which is, if we go back here in the requirements folder and go away again, here I will add this over back there, right? So we have color hash, and of course we want to specify the exact version. Here I would do docker compose and build again, so it would add it to the I would install a package, right? And for models here, let's go back to the documentation. It says from color hash import color hash. We do it in the abstract models here. So the way I do it, those are always built-ins, right? Then after built-ins, I would have installed packages like color hash, and then on the bottom I have local stuff, right? And here, I mean, we can't do a field, but all we can do is we can do a property, and we name it, I didn't type color, so I'm in the clear here. I have no idea if this actually works or if this is bullshit. What does this return? It gives me a hex. Is this, I mean, is this even correct syntax? Self UUID hex, this doesn't have a hex value, or does it? I have no idea, but this should work, honestly. It should work. But then let's call this hex color and not color. You make something like this. And now we would also, each model, each organization would already have a, what's it called? A color. So what do we care for organization? Okay, a name makes sense. A description. I wouldn't know what description to use, but sure, let's go with the description. So yeah, Django goes first from Django for models, and we would have a character field. Actually, let's be smart about it and to use localization. What is property method? Property method is something that you, if you do it like this, you could somewhere, like for example here, in a function, if I had like a base, let's say this would be a base model, which is technically impossible. This will not work because it's abstract. But if I like just do base dot, and now I can use hex color, the same as if it were an attribute or property here. We will see it in a minute. Okay, then we also have a logo, which means then I can have then I can specify a directory where I want it uploaded, and I want to upload to organization and logos. And it's optional, it's completely optional, same as the description. And string should just be the name. Great. So far, so good. Is there anything that doesn't work? On first glance, everything looks fine. Color hash should be imported. And then what we do is we run make migrations. So there we go. We run a migration. It should create a new migration. No, it doesn't. Why did it not? Because Django itself does not know about our organization app yet. Exactly. Now it is a attribute instead of a function. If I were to remove this one, I would have to use the parentheses. But since it's a static value, it doesn't make much sense. So I created migrations, nothing worked because the organizations application is unknown to Django. We go into the base py file, and if we scroll down a bit, we will see our Django applications, our third-party applications, and then our local applications, right? And what we have to add here is exactly this. We have to add it here. If we make migrations now, there we go. We have a new migration. Oh boy, as a matter of fact, in this one. And if you've worked with Django before, you see these are the things we have. And of course, we also have these three thingies. All right, free real estate. So our organization model also has UUID created at and updated at, right? But it does not have a hex color because it will only be computed on the fly if we need it. Something new for Django 5, which we can't use because we don't use Django 5, is computed field. Was it auto or calculated field? Fuck. Calculated field, possible. Is this good? Boy. It's something new with Django 5, and you can actually have a field that is calculated from something else and is stored in the database. So if you would have something that is where the arguments are present in the model, you would not have to generate it again. It would be generated once and stored in the database. MJD, sorry, for reference in the future, if you are doing this, it is possible for you to, if you use this setup, right? You can, you can always Docker volumes list. Nope, Docker volume list it is. See a lot of different volumes here, right? And if you want, you can remove the volume here, right? You can remove the volume that is stored in the local YAML file. For example, this is this one, right? And if you delete this one, power down the stack, right? Docker compose down, then you remove this volume, and then you would wipe your entire database, okay? And then what you would do then, you delete all migrations from the migrations file folder. This one stays, and you delete this one, or you delete all 34 of them, and then you run the make migrations command again. And since already created and applied migrations is stored in the database, and you wipe the database will not know that there has already been a migration applied. It will create one new migration for the complete model, which is great if you have not deployed it anywhere. If you do this, if you delete the migration after you have deployed it to a server, you just killed your entire operation. But if you never deployed it by then, you can do this as a quick consolidation. There we go. Quick X course. I hope this helped. And what I also want to do into admin, I go into the admin py file, and here I do this. Oh my bad. I recently found out that there is something that I can. No. There is a shortcut which PyCharm gives you. So if you start typing admin here, you can. No. Oh, this one, model admin. Yeah, it shows you something immediately. And here I do organization. I have to type it out because otherwise it will not be added below. You have organization admin. Of course. Wait, wrong key. No, it's what the wrong key. So, there we go. And here we can do a list display if we want, a name and a create at, and of course, this is actually already enough. We start the there we go. No, there we go. Start the stack again. We will see one migration being applied. It was here, so this application is applied. We go back to our thingy and go to the admin page. There we go. We all now would have somewhere our organizations. There is no organization, but we can create one however we want. We call it actually we call it full cycle developers. Nope. Yes. Save. Now we have one organization, and usually I would know what I just did. But if you are new to this, what you can do is, what's it called? What's the shell plus? I think this is called. Yeah, shell plus. You can run shell plus. What it does, it's pretty much the same as the standard Python shell, with the exception that it already preloads all your stuff. right? So somewhere there organization should be imported. Yeah, organization is important. So if you can type like you would normally, so you can organization objects, and since I know there's only one, I call it for. Oh, sorry, my bad. Like, oh, voila. There we go. Type org, you have the organization, and now if you type hex color, you have your hex color here. Right, so this worked. So this is just a confirmation that it worked. And the cookie cutter thing too. This is installed by a cookie cutter, but what it does is, if you go for the base txt file, there is something called what's it called? It's of course it's not in base, it's in local. Django extensions. Django extension is a huge library, which gives you a lot of stuff, but as a matter of fact, since it is this huge, it is extremely like prone to being insecure. So you should never run this in production, because it does so much, and significantly more than it should, that people might not work with. Django show URLs. I have no idea what it does. But now what I wanted to demonstrate is that both hex color works and created at is also possible, right? And those were inherited from the base model, same as UUID. And if I do PK, I should get the same, but ID is no longer present, because usually if you don't do this, there is an ID, an implicit ID as a primary key. And we defined a different primary key with UUID. Okay. Let's quit the shell again, because it was just for shows. And now we have an organization. So how do we tie the organization to the user? On a database level, there's of course, let's clean this up a bit, there's of course two options. Option one is, I could have here, I could have users, which would be a many to many field for users, where I would store all the users there. Possible, works, great, it works without problem. Here I could use, this is now the users model. I could go organization for, well, this is completely wrong. Let's just make this be simple and have it a models.many field to there, and I could store all the organizations there. What would you guys suggest and why? I have a clear picture of how I want to do it. Actually, the location of the many-to-many field doesn't really matter, because if I define orgs here, each organization also has a set of users that are part of it. Depends if a member can be, if a user can be a member of more than one migration. The organization doesn't. Not necessarily, but I see where you're coming from. If I create organizations like this, right, then I would have an instance of organization. Then I could access all the users that have a relation to this organization from both sides. Thing is, where does it make sense? And the other thing is a many you're also referring for the primary organization, correct? Or the currently set organization is what's important here, what I was thinking about. Because you would have to store this somewhere, and the options that you have is, as I previously mentioned, you store this in a session storage or as a cookie. But if you just have the many-to-many, you don't have the current or the primary. So sorry, you'd also have a foreign key for the primary organization. So what we could do is we could of course select it, or how do you call it, primary organization. Now let's call it selected because we want to keep them. Keep them, right? So which will be I need to import this from Django DB, this one. You have a foreign key. Let's just give it a try if it works. What's it? It's organization. Very good. Why is this underlined? You wouldn't even have to import this because Django should actually resolve this on its own. Oh, let's try if this works like this. Okay, let's just make a migration. See if this works. Okay, it works so far. I could create it. Can I apply it to? Yeah, works. Fine. So, of course, in the user admin, this is a bit more complicated here because they have created a custom user admin with a custom field set. Sorry, I was just hitting the wrong button. So it's that of name. You would also want to have selected. It's called selected organization. Selected organization. Very good. To be visible in the admin. Here, we can of course do members. There we go. Make a migration. See if this works. If not. Okay. So this works, but okay. Okay, you took away my question, the answer to my question. If you don't do this as a string, but instead import user, this file would import from this file, and this file would import from this file. You would have a circular import, and it would crash. Thanks for subscribing to the YouTube channel, peeps. I'd appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm getting an email for each and every one of you. If anyone here is not following on Twitch, please do so. I love hearing the little sound. There we go. Now we have applied everything. There's members. There's no member here. These are all possible members, but none of them is actually selected as a member. If you click this and save, now you would see this is a member, right? Now this is no longer a member. If you click here, you have your history over there, and you see that I changed the members. We can add a huge additional package that shows us more of the history, but more about that later. I got a notification from Discord. What's happening? Oh, thank you for joining, people. Actually, let's tell them that we are currently live. Okay, boy, this is obviously not what I wanted. You go away, you go away. This is right. Okay, so there we go. This works on this side, and if we go over to users, we can see a selected organization of none. And of course, this would not make sense here, right? Because I'm not a part of the member. Why could I be selected? Why could I select it? What I would have to do here, or actually, let's fix this problem, right? Let's make sure no one of your customers can fail. Can you show the user model again? Yes, of course, gladly. What is the utils? We don't care about this anymore. This is the user model. We only added this one line with a selected organization, and the reason why we want to store the selected organization in the user table is to easily have access without querying everything else. And we need to have a way to remember which organization is selected. You can either use this on a database level or on a cache / session storage level. But the thing is, I did it on a session storage level before, and a user first created a test organization, and then they create their real organization as the second one, and the default would always reset to the first created organization, so the user always was reset to his dummy organization. This is why I actually want to store that in the database, so it would have permanent persistence. What do you see if you look at the Michael user on the user admin page? I think this is what I already showed. Actually, where is it? Yeah. Can you show the organization model? Gladly. This is this. We have, of course, the 3 fields that are inherited from the base model. These 2 and this one are the standard fields, and members is a many-to-many field for the user. So, and we have a related name of organizations. So actually, why don't I show you with the shell? I hope you people are not annoyed by my super slow pace, but I want to show you guys as many as possible, or as much as possible. Sorry. I want to create want to fetch a user, which means I go for user object all, and actually let's take the first, and we have a user here, Michael, and if we put user.organizations, we have the many relations too. So if I go for this, see the query set, an empty query set, right? So, but I'm now on the user side, right? I am here for the user, and the user does not have organizations here, right? But the user has access to organizations because we defined it here as a related name. And now this query set is empty, right? But if I were to go back to organizations, add myself there, recreate this again. There we go. I am now part of full cycle developers. MGD, you said definition for user management. Yeah, I could use a manager. The other thing is I could also restrict the query set. And this really depends on where we are gonna think this will be edited. If this is the admin page, and if we never give anyone access to the admin page, I don't need to bother changing this. But in practice, or what I did with the Airbnb startup SaaS thingy, we did play customer support via the admin panel. And of course you would perhaps want to select an organization that the user is part of. Now, I'm sorry, I'm not talking to end users, but your employees, for example. They might work with the admin panel. End users should of course never, depends honestly. One of my customers does a lot of work inside the admin panel, but this is a SaaS solution for just their company, which is a company-wide solution. Great for me, price-wise. But on the other hand, sorry, I'll be there with you in a second. But on the other hand, they work with this. That's fine. What's the difference between organizations and objects all? So if I do just organizations, yeah, like this, I will get the manager, and the manager doesn't respond or return a separate or a query set field. But if I call all on them, then it gives me all the instances as a query set. I just called this to show you that it actually there's something coming in. So I have this one, and let's jump over to organizations again. Put myself out of here, and here I can still select myself. If you don't know how to work with this, Google Django admin query set. Overall, override the default query set. This is what it needs. No, that's not what we need. Nope. Query set for foreign keys is what we want to do. This is what we care about. So, do we have in the admin, of course? Maybe this is already somewhere here. No, if you like jump into user admin, you will see a query set somewhere. Okay, it is a layer deeper, but here we could do this, and of course this is user admin. This is from too old thing. Okay, this is from 2020. Let's get form. I'm not sure if this works. We're in the change form, perhaps. I have it in a different project of mine, and I will have to look it up. Admin is for in the admin page. It doesn't affect code any use and all this. That is correct. Thing is, if you want to have your form for adding users to or selecting users, we will fetch this anyway in the real form. But let's not waste too much time on these things. If we go here, we still have nothing about the organizations. All right, so maybe we will change this in the design later, but let's just add a header for or a nav item for organizations. And to do this, what you would do is open up your file structure, and something is missing here that we have everywhere else. It's called the urls.py. So we need to put a URLs file inside organizations. You can copy something or whatever you want. I call this organizations. I delete a few. Actually, let's just do one simple one. Call this list. It needs to route to a view. We don't even have a view yet, so we define a organizational list view. Okay, actually let's create this template for me. Directory created 2. We need to extend the base HTML. Great, and in the base HTML what was here? Block content. Okay, very good. But I always want to have the verbatim name in the end block. This is a empty thingy. I create this for organization list view. I import this here. Then I go back to base HTML where we have our nav item. Auto creating the template is something VS Code doesn't do. Yes, I don't want to have. I don't use VS Code for a variety of reasons. Actually, let's repurpose. Sorry. Couple use. Let's repurpose this about thingy because about makes no sense for us. We do use trans for a translation package where we say because maybe we want to have it in German too at some point. And we have a registered namespace of nothing. Yes, because in the main URLs py here, URLs pattern is not known for our organizations. So we go with organizations here. Organizations is in organizations. The namespace, of course, is also organizations. I go back to the base HTML. And now it should be visible here. Say organizations list, great. Over here, there's organizations up there. I click on F, I get the empty base HTML because we have organizations list and there's nothing here. If I type stuff here, it is there. So I did this rather quickly because I think every one of you has already created a view and a template and went over here. So what we of course care is about adding context. I like to type my stuff as much as possible, so I will also do it like this. And then I have my organizations or orgs, whatever. This will be a query set of you come in here. Oh, there we go. This of course is false. I do not want to have this, but I rather want to filter, and I filter, and I mean a request.user in members. Why is this underlined? Oh, I see. Or I'm not sure if I see. Did you enter the type info from memory? Or no, I don't know if I don't have anything for this. I did it from memory. Okay, now I know why I'm such an idiot. Of course, it's not. It's members. Contains request user. There we go. Oh, it's not class-based view. Easier for yeah, probably. You're right. Probably could have used a class-based view, but as a matter of fact, I will add my auto format now. Yeah. Why can't I click? Take the binary. Okay. It's black running. I would assume so. Let's do a code format now. There we go. Okay, so now we have our organizations here, and which means in our list view we can for org, and we just let's just use whatever suggested. See if this works. Contain is not permitted. How do I look this up? Actually, I can do this significantly easier. How do I do this significantly easier? As a tip, I need to remove all of this. Actually, let's. Does anyone want to have a guess how I can nicely do this? Give me a second. Some kind of possibly important numbers. I don't care. I'm working. So what's the question? The question is, how can I get the organizations quickly? Because I previously did this, and this is crap. How to do this better? As a tip, the answer is already on the screen. Should it not be for organizations and templates? Yeah, you are completely right. Yeah, organization set would be correct, but as a matter of fact, we have set a related name, so we can just call organizations. And yes, the copy, you're completely right. This is how it should be. I have a message in my mail, my voicemail. Haven't heard those in a while. So I fixed this. That's fine. I don't need this. Nope. This is empty. Why is it empty? Because the user is not assigned. Let's go back here. Nope. Let's go back here. Assign myself. See if it works. There we go. We are part of full cycle developers. Let's create something new. And are part of 2 of them. And as a matter of fact, let's select one of them, this one. myself a name. Okay, so now there are organizations. Created organizations. We created the first step for multi-tenancy, which of course is not a wasn't a super tough feat. But what do we need? What else do we need? We need a way to switch organizations. Yeah. We need a way to manage organizations, which means to like add a user or delete a user, an admin, owner. This is something that I forgot to add, which I will do now. How do we know which user is an admin, which user is just a regular member? Should there be any differentiation or not? It's a tough call. What would you say? I think, of course, that we need at least an owner, which is the person owning the organization. We can use members, and we can also use admins. The question is, do we want to have admins as a admin organizations? No, this is wrong. Shouldn't call it admin organizations. Let's call it admin in organizations. Thing is, we could also do like contains. Did you mean in? No, the difference is contains is an iterable, and if you append contains to something, it's an iterable, like a list or a query set. And if you mean in, then you just have the iterable after the equation. Like before in, you have a single object, and before contains, you have an iterable. Now the question is, do we have admins in both the admins and members list, or not? Because what we also could do is like we can create all members. This is of course wrong. Maybe we can return all members. Does this work? I have not seen this syntax before. Does this work? So it's like a way of combining query sets with a logical OR. It's very interesting if this works. Yeah, our admins also uses this as the strategic question, right? Yeah, see you later. I doubt that I will have 162k followers with 30k viewers. This was what Pirate Software has at the moment. Oh, why do we have these exact numbers? Okay, yeah, see ya. Take care. Bye bye. Thanks for the valuable content. It's my pleasure. Oh, what is this? A pop-up. Python union operator. Okay. There we go. That's probably not good because you have to like cast to a list. It's probably also fine. But the union looks great. Question is, for a union or logical OR, October's very own welcome for the first chat. Yes, this is the union or logical OR operator. I think we use this because I think it looks really nice. The question is just whether we want to like have admins just be admins or have admins be members. Let's keep it like this because it's just a function. It doesn't change anything in the database. Let's just keep it like this and see what happens. Okay, so next up is actually what's up next? Oh, I just lost my thread. Okay, we need to create an option to add an organization. We need to have an option to edit, change, modify an organization. So the thing is, I have everything from this in a different project. Let's see if we can smartly reuse. In agency, we have organizations here. We have some HTMX views. Great. We have nothing here. What? Where is organization stored then? In core? We have a core here. We have core. What did we have here? We had a name and image, number of employees, certain industry, an owner, assigned users, stages, a couple other stuff. We had an image string, we had members, admins. Oh, we had assigned users was user and role. Very interesting. We had a separate table for this. One could toggle. I mean, it's not stealing if it's my own property, right? So, toggle permissions. This is very, very interesting. When did I write this? So, well, more than a year ago. All right. I'm not sure if this had any design purpose, why I wrote it this complicated, but this is definitely not what we're gonna use now. I look at the data time of day. Good question. Oh, it was 1527, right? So it's. Did I have? Yeah, I already had kids, but so can't even make the excuse that I'm up for 24 hours or something. Yeah, this is of course this is super bad. I would rather have it the way we have it now. And also this type of filtering for all members is, damn, this is horrible. It worked fine, but yeah. The thing I don't understand is how second kids happen. Do you have one kid or do you have no kids at all? Is this question something we can make a note of? Yeah, of course. Let's keep going. Models. Stuff. Anything that I can use here? Not really. What are views? What are interesting views? Two that are adults. Well, mine are far from being adults. So how did that second kid happen then, if you don't understand how this works? So we have a list for organizations. You see here I did use a class-based view, so I was a bit smarter here. What the heck happened now? You come here. I did use one of them, a context data. Okay, ignore all of this stuff. Then we had a create view. This shouldn't be required, right? This should be like a subroutine in the save method. Okay, but can I just take this? No. Okay, this is just a part. Okay, whatever. Let's steal the models file, the forms file. I just take the forms file now. Put this forms file here. Cannot take it. Copy. It's here. Okay. All right. Let's see what's important. You go away. An image. Oh, see, I wrote it with a Z here. Form value shouldn't have any side effects. Funny enough, the password reset form also has side effects. The standard password reset form for the You really want to write Farbe. I really don't wanted to write German code. I barely write any German text in my life anyway. But if you want, I can Germanize the entire code. Formen.Farbfeld. I don't know what the label is in German. Bezeichnen. No, never mind. Notwendig. Falsch. Fehlermeldungen. All right, so let's focus up a bit. We put up our models for organizations on the right hand side. We put this away. We go with our forms here. There is a logo instead of an image. Logo. I like to have the meta information on the top. Image file, label image, file input, image file only. Where is it checked that it is an image? Oh, wait, because image field, I see. Then there we go. We have a name. Don't care about the name. Oh, actually, we do care about the name, kind of. Then description and actually description probably should be full width, so we go with. Okay, we can have name and image next to each other, and then we have a column for description. It's a text field, right? Yeah, description. And I want to make this big with no button or with no. Name is required. This is true. When I have save. What? Very interesting. So fields, we have a name, we have the logo, and we will have the description. Come help me out a bit. You close yourself off here. We have low. Oh, now I see why this has to be about the meta class. Because I think we can't reference any afterwards. I deleted something important. Form helper, layout, great. In views, organization, we want to have create organization view. Actually, do you want to? Sorry, didn't see what's the. Our second language is Mandarin. I used the localization thingy to write Django stuff in Django. Makes sense. Yeah, I didn't see it. What's these? This is form. Yeah, form. Oh, okay. So we use crispy forms for making forms super crispy. Not as the actual slogan though. It helps us with the forms, so we can declare how the form will look like in code, right? So this is a row which will be mapped to a bootstrap row, and then there's columns with the respective CSS classes, and then the same for row and a column, and submit will be an actual submit button with classes that we assign them. I will render this once, and you will see more about it. Yeah, Crispy Forms has the Bootstrap package used, which means that sadly enough, I think transitioning away from Bootstrap to Tailwind, which is what I wanted to do initially, will be harder than expected, because in Tailwind there is something called the Daisy UI, which has been requested by a couple people, which comes with a lot of built-in themes rather easily. Yeah. Maybe this was something we want to use, but let's see if this is possible with Crispy Forms. Maybe we have to write our own theme pack for Crispy Forms, which is possible. But of course, these are Bootstrap classes. Now we have this one. Customer income form, we don't need this. Customer detail. Oh, I needed this one. This is useless here. Double attribute form. Whatever the hell this was. Lead source form, service form, lost reason form, declined reason form. Nope. You can all go. You will stay. We have the organization form, which is good for, yeah, fine. Now in views, views. What did I do here? Did I need anything like this? See, this was set organization for session. This is where I was working with sessions for the organization, which I said. This is, by the way, this is the, on the top left, you see which project this is. This is the agency project, the other one. Do we want to work like this? It is fine. Or is it not? Ah, let's not mix. We have form, which is the organization form. Import yourself. Nope. Whoa, oh, well, my bad, it probably had the Z inside. Come over here. Yep. Okay, okay, create will... We can repurpose this for create and edit organization. Let's make the I don't know. See, create organization. Yeah, you create yourself, please, too. In views, we have, this is get. Okay, so typically people I see, they make post first, and then they don't even make this in here. So form request post, and this is very important. We are uploading a file here, so you will always have to add request files. Otherwise, you will wonder yourself why the heck the files will not be stored. So if the form is valid, we set the owner. Okay. Something else? Do we need to add the owner to the admins? I think I will want to do. There is no add admin. Do it like this instead. And okay, then do we go to, we probably will not go to the list view. We will go to a detail view, but we will do this, we will leave this now so you can see how this works. Okay, so this is, if this is a post request, meaning the form has been sent, you will enter this branch and then it will return here. If it wasn't post, then I would assume we want to create a new organization. Fine. Is there anything obviously missing? I have a comment here. I take back what I said, since form valid is a method of... No. Form valid is something that is executed after it has been validated. Yeah. Okay. I see. Because this also is valid clean calls the clean functions and stuff. Told me pre-roll ads are disabled for 62 minutes. I mean, if you don't mind ads, it's fine for me. Fine by me, sorry. But if you miss something important, then it's kind of sad. Can you explain admins add? It's a function you create. No, this is not a function I created in admins. But if you look at model, boy, if I could type. Here, this is a many to field and a many to many field, and this has a few implicit functions already. Like admins is also a many-to-many field. As a matter of fact, if I call org admins, then here's a few things that are already possible or that already exist because of the base manager or manager in general. So all would return me a query set with all admins. Then there's a few other things, like I could filter, I could get first, I could do like some manipulation stuff here, and add, and what's the other? Remove? Or delete? Could be delete. And of course, or I think it's remove. Yeah, remove. You could also remove something like this, and this is how you work with many-to-many field. If, like for owner, you just use it like a property, just add the request user. But for admin, you would add this to the, because the many-to-many field always exists anyway, even if it's blank, the relation exists, or the relation table exists, and this is how you would add something. And you would, if you were to add the same user again, it wouldn't be added a second time. That's smart enough to do this. Okay, so, and in your form, why are you using render rather than a redirect? What do you mean? You're completely right. This I didn't think about this. This was from the Copilot. Of course, you should always redirect, because if I were to change this logic, I would have to change this in the render logic again too, which would be stupid. And one more in request file. Where does files come from? Example of a redirect. Don't tell me. Yeah, I know how redirects work. No, how do I get back to the chat? Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is a post request. We can do it the other way. Like you can have files, you can also have a media here and stuff. Oh, sorry, the reason to redirect is because it's a post request, which changes things. Yeah, I mean, if I were to copy paste this entire thing here too, instead of redirect, it would work too. But if I were to change something in the list logic, then I would have to change it on two separate places, and I would have repeated myself, which would go against the dry or do not repeat yourself pattern. So I have a files request file something HTML just does for a form. This is the HTTP does, sorry, not HTML. So this overall does look correct to me. Let's take this, put this to our URLs, copy this and call it add new whatever. I mean, then I will also call this add. No, where are you? Here. Don't need you. Okay, so has this crashed for some kind of typo already, or is this online? Of course, we did all the changing stuff for the fields, so we will make migrations. I see. What this kind of error message means that I may change this to the organization model, and this is non-nullable. So what this means is every organization needs to have an owner, but they don't because they already exist. So I have two options here. Either I allow this to be null or blank. Actually null because it's a foreign key. Yeah. I'll just allow this to null. Thing is, you can do option 1 here too, but after working with the database that has over 1 million entries, what you would write here, this one of default would be an actual Python code, like they could look up database and stuff. And I tried to do this on over 1 million entries, and I just stalled. It didn't work. So what I did, or what I would suggest you would do, is you allow this to be null, then add something with a management command or something for all the existing entries, and afterwards you would take the null away. So Docker Compose up. See if this works. Of course, this is also called create now. I want to call this add organization too, because I think add is nicer than the other one. I think create looks bad and add looks nicer, because you actually created your organization outside of the real world already. There we go with views. Has this been updated? No, it has not. So we are good here on organizations, but if we want to add here, oh, we don't render the form yet. Yeah, this is horrible. So what we want to do here is, now this is for crispy forms. You would have wait, how is it called? Just like this, I think. Crispy and form. Then you will also, of course, have to load the form tags. There we go. We now have the form. If we click, oh, this is required. Call a test here. I'll save this. And now let's see if this has been created or not. Test has been created. And I am the owner. Great, I am an admin. Shoot. So since I am an admin, but I'm not a member, this does not show up here. Because organization, the model for organization here only shows this one. And this here is only for that. So what we have to do here is also use the union operator here. We can do own the organization, but I would rather do admin in, oh, what's the reverse name? Admin in organizations. Oh. There we go, now we also have. Can watch for another half hour. I can, like at 1 p.m. my time, can actually end the stream for today, and we continue on Thursday. I can't stream tomorrow. I have something important up front outside of the software world, because I am founding a real estate company, and tomorrow we are doing because I'm bringing all the tech stuff there to the real estate company. I'm bringing a lot of expertise that's like outside of the main field, which is super interesting for them. And this is the reason why they brought me on. The two other super experienced, super great people in the real estate business, and we all three will have a third of the company, and I will profit a lot from both their expertise and of course their business. And tomorrow they will teach me how to evaluate a huge business deal worth a couple millions. They talk about it like it's nothing. And well, I'm not sure how to feel about it. I'm super excited to learn from a couple of the best people. And yeah, fun fact for this company, the real estate company, why I'm actually talking about it's not to brag or anything, is because this company, the reason why they brought me on board is not because I'm this good looking, is because I have technical expertise that they need or want for growth. And we will create a SaaS product or a web product for this actually multiple for this new company, and I will use this boilerplate for each and every one of them. This is also the reason why I wouldn't, why I'm not too sad. Or I wouldn't have been too sad if no one would, or not, if not a lot of people were interested in this, because I actually need this. What I don't need is to do this super slow and talk about it. This is what I enjoy doing, but I will need this for myself too. So if no one of you guys wants to use it because it's bad for some reason, then it still has value for me. So organization list here, what we could do is, I mean, it's not great, and we will, what, this is surely not the URL, let's just add, we will add a tiny button just to have a way to navigate there. And I think, because we're gonna make everything pretty, I promise. We will have a nice icon pack and everything. Wait, I want to do right. Add. Oh, we don't have the image here. Why do we have the image here? Nobody noticed. Forms, where is the, nope, not this forms. These forms. We have a logo. We have an image field. Oh, because it's image. Logo. There we go. We have image. I will quickly choose an image on the other screen. Okay. With a thumbnail for one of my newsletters. By the way, if you want to join the newsletters, it's on fcdevs.com. FCDevs, of course, stands for Full Cycle Developers. I'll do bigger write-ups here. And I also had the great year in review, which was awesome. Thank you so much for people that were already here last. I mean, this only exists since November, and that was been 2 quiet months. But it's great, as it is. Where are we here? There we go. Upload a file. Media storage selection. Okay. This. There we go. And it's uploading the file. See, we also have a description here. And if we go to the admin page here, and for organizations, have a look at this one. You can also see here is the logo, right? And as you can see in the URL, I hope you can see the URL bar. It says it's in media organizations logo store. This is easy because it's on the local machine. Otherwise, it will then be stored with an S3 bucket from Amazon. Great. So we were able to do this, and of course, if we go back to this, remove files from here, right? Make this media storage selection 2, and I go back to the organizations with the number 2. There is no logo here. So if you, I stumbled into this pit once already. This is why I know it, but you will need to add this here. So is there anything we could or should type, or anything we could improve on? Because I think I will do a commit. Of course, we do run the pre-commit and see if this does anything now. This is horrible. I need to fix my local environment because we can't just install this every time. I also will install, I will change the pre-commit to what I had before with black and stuff. I'm not sure. I don't like this rough thingy. I don't know what rough does, and black is what I always used for formatting. So I will want to use it all the time. So we have let's quickly recap about a few things we did. Yeah, put some HTMX on, yeah, we will definitely do that. And here we have, we added organizations, and we don't even have the option to add members anymore. for SaaS applications, every tenant is required to use the software as is, or should one entertain customization requests? This is totally up to you. I can show you one of my products that have been somewhat open to the public recently. It's in German, sorry. This is only for the European market, for the Austrian market, and partially for the German market. But what this does is, if you click on any of these, you will be redirected to a calendar link where you would book a call with me. And if you're lucky, there's still some available. Actually, I'm not really busy apparently. And this is because these are all customized solutions. Each of them will get, I mean, it's I wrote it somewhere. I don't know where. Actually, let me check. Yeah, every customer is getting their own instance. Yeah, there's the stock photos, but whatever, people don't care. Yeah, each of these thingies is completely customized there's this base version that every customer gets, and the thing is, this will need to be different for every customer, because in the industry everyone has different stuff with their bookkeeping, everything has different stuff with their exports. This is why I do different instances for this, and they all are really careful with the data, and they will want a separate VPS for all of them. But as MGD said, if a customer, yeah. We had this with the Airbnb startup. We did too much. I added way too many features. Let me put a stream end for. Here's so people notice. I will do 60 more minutes. Yeah. So the thing is, for the last 15 minutes or so, let's do a quick Q&A. You can ask me anything you care about. You can ask personal questions, business questions, whatever you want. I'll go with the question from Senior Charles first. What I do, or what I did, it was a big mistake on my part. I have to admit this. With Ibindot, the guest sheet thingy, any request that came in, we edited. Right? We didn't validate anything. We didn't ask anyone else if they cared, and in the end, it made the software better for one user, but more complicated for 1,000 others, or something like that. Others didn't care, perhaps. So I would suggest adding features is fine. Perhaps make them add a toggle or something, so people can turn them off if they don't want it. But if you force some big changes down everyone's throat just because one or two users want it, they might not be the best. And something you will always have to remember, which is something that I learned the hard way too, the loudest customers are the worst. It's not just because they are unhappy with your solution. That's fine, because it means you could always improve. But these people will be the ones that always criticize you, that will never be happy, that will always want to have a discount, and if something doesn't work, they are the first to leave for someone else. So remember that happy customers are quiet customers. Like, if I'm happy with some technology, I will not cry about it. So if you have 1,000 customers and one customer wants a feature, chances are it's best to not create the feature, or at least ask the others / create a white label solution for that user. When user asks me for a feature, yeah, okay. Maybe you can even get the one user to pay for the feature and then offer it to everyone else as an improvement. When you sell the product, it's still on your account, for example. Do you pay the AWS fee? I own both the code and the servers stuff runs on. So the customers will none of my customers ever had access to the code I developed. Even if they paid for a solution, I always kept the code. This also means that they can't just take my code to someone else and have them run it for cheaper. It's something I always have in my contracts too. And I never sell the product, I sell the service, which is why it's called software as a service. Channels rule of thumb: listen to your users for problems, not their solutions. True. This is an extremely underrated comment. This is really great. Guess I'm an unhappy streamer. Well, it's different. You kind of want everyone to learn stuff, right? You're not criticizing me what you want actual features. I actually ask you what you want to see. Some of them may be worried that you might go out of business. I can show them my balance sheet. I will not go anywhere. But I understand what you're saying. One company asked me to put the code in escrow for whenever my company would face bankruptcy, so they would get the code. And they also asked me to teach one of their IT specialists about the code base. Neither of them ever happened. They are still very happy customers. Oh, you just did escrow. Yeah. Do they still pay you monthly? Yes, they pay me a princely fee monthly. And all of my customers pay based on their usage. And the smallest customer has... I'm talking about this product that I just showed you before. The smallest customer pays me 700 euros a month, and the biggest 15,000 a month. But this also meant that I charged the big client more for I charged them frequently, not just for hosting and operating. I also charged them for additional code features, because they are a big company, they have a lot of employees, and they need changes constantly, which is fine, which is what our service agreement is like. We have an hourly rate, and they buy, like, say 200 working hours of my time in advance, and then I just, any one of them, because I have contact with a lot of different people from a lot of different departments in the company. My hair is super weird. And yeah, they authorize 200 hours, for example, and I work with them. When I'm near at the end of 200 hours, I sell another package. I'd be worried for that monthly amount they might pay someone to implement it. They don't have anyone in-house, and as I told you before, they had a couple people for cost estimates, and they went with me anyway. But yeah, of course they can implement it in-house, but if, for example, if I take 10k a month, and they are my customer for over 3 years now, so, but if I would only take like a tenth of them, it would take like 10 years for the same runway experience. So yeah. If the solution is hosted in the users, you mean on-premise with the users? It's not. Everything's hosted on Hetzner VPSs that only I have the access credentials to, or the private key. If the solution is hosted on the user's VPS, what then is the essence of including organizations, seeing as they're just a single tenant? Fair point. It's not. This boilerplate is not intended to work only the way I work with my stuff. You should be able to use this boilerplate to meet all your requirements and all your needs. And as such, I wanted to add organizations because multi-tenancy was something that has been requested a lot. And once the boilerplate has reached a level of maturity, then I will create single videos, short videos on how to change stuff to work, how to remove the organizations altogether, for example. Not just videos, also written guides, to fix it to your need. If you have something that you only have for a single tenant, then of course, yeah, you will drop organizations. I mean, technically you could also just remove the organizations nav item and have this later. You could also use organizations for, like if it's a bigger company, you could have it for departments. You could rename organizations to departments, have an IT department that sees certain logs, have an HR department that can see certain different things. It's all possible. And one thing that I want to correct is it's never hosted on the user server. It's always hosted on servers that only I operate. It's hosted for the users, but not needed. Hey, Seifert, enjoy family time. Make the best of your vacation. Where are you, by the way? Where are you heading? Don't tell me you're like in Scotland or something. All right, okay. Enjoy a lot. Best wishes to the family. I know they don't know me, but maybe some internet stranger wishing them all the best might cheer them up a bit. But yeah, they don't need cheering up anyway, so what am I talking? You enjoy the beach. I hope it's super hot where you are. If you want it hot, I hope it's not that hot if you don't like it that hot. Enjoy. So we have 7 minutes for any remaining... they know me now. Oh, are you streaming this for them to see it? Well then, hi everyone. This is very kind of you. To all the others, the next session where we will pick up where we leave off now will be on Thursday, same time. I think if you go to the, you are watching from Twitch now. If you had contributors, would you consider pull request? Yeah, sure. Thing is, I'm not sure if I want to make it open source or if I want to give it like as an incentive to the community for people that are active inside the community or following on certain socials. Then, but yeah, I would always consider pull requests if you want to work on this. Sure. I know I can have contributors on a private repo. I think I showed it before. So does this person have? Oh, no, man, that's 600k. Because Yesh said something about this thing. Pretty cool dude, by the way. But I'm pretty sure you know this one. So where was my channel? It is on. Thank you for everyone that followed. We had like 30 followers this stream. This is huge for me. But somewhere here is a. Oh, I need to update these links. There is a schedule somewhere, right? Isn't there a schedule? Or do you not need to go click here? Yeah, schedule here. And oh, I'm sorry, I set this for 14 o'clock. Yeah, I'm sure it will be an hour short. Let's quickly change this. Oh, I can't. Damn. Yeah, maybe we go till 14 or 2 p.m. on Thursday. Same thing on Thursday. So if you want to join on Thursday too, to see where we're going, we do some actual coding because we had like 2 hours of just talking today. By the way, thanks for keeping up with my non-native English. On Thursday we will do more coding, so if you are listening, if you're one of the 12 people that are watching the stream and not following, please follow. Coca, thank you for being present as always. English is fantastic. Well, thank you for the for the compliment. I have to admit that I learned this from video games and streams when I was like kind of small. Thank you. You could tell me how I don't butcher your name. Is it Vikolgi or is it VK or is it VKOLGI? If you want to tell me how I should pronounce your name, you can do this better. But I'm very glad. It was Vikolgi was the first, I think. Today was great, streaming from Nigeria. There was a lot to learn here. Well, I'm very happy that I can reach people around the entire globe. Maybe you need to take this in a bit and have a concrete question until next stream, which will be on Thursday. Technically, it's possible that I also stream on Wednesday. I don't have any business obligations on Wednesday until now. So if you want to join for a short notice stream, I hate to be the person that nudges you into following on their socials, but if you want to have a look whether I stream on Wednesday or not, it will be in short notice. I will know tomorrow at the end of my day. Follow on whatever, I will post it everywhere. I'll post it on Discord, on Twitter, and of course, yeah. Do you like watching streams that have music? I have to admit that I am not really watching any streams at the moment. But we can click through a few and see if they have music.
Yeah, no, this is how this works.
So this channel is extremely fascinating for me, because I think no other person has like he streams a long time, obviously rakes in a lot of money, but that's beside the point. But I think the content he provides is really tiny, right? Like he's doing a lot of off-topic stuff. I mean, now he isn't just chatting, so it's fine. But usually when he does game development, he's like a lot of talking, a lot of it's super chill. I like to watch him a lot. And then there's like 5 minutes every hour where he does actual game development, where I could learn something. So following on Twitter, whoever of you was so kind. Soju, I think, is not playing music, but this is a super special character.
Tier chain on bar.
Yeah, I don't know. Thing is, I started watching streams when I was like 10 years old. Funny enough, before I started streaming again, I had a video on my stream that was 12 years old. Back then, these videos didn't get deleted after 2 weeks or so. Where's this button here? But I had to delete it because I was so embarrassed by my 16-year-old self streaming Hearthstone. So even the music that is on right now is making it harder to concentrate on what I'm saying, then I will immediately kill it. Because I thought it was like, for me it is super, super silent. Wow. I wished you would have told me this a bit earlier. Let's kill the music then completely. When I was rewatching my old videos, it felt a bit tiring to watch them, because there are a lot of pauses where I like think about stuff. Computer's beep noise. Wow, okay. Sorry, yeah, let's look into OBS together. See if we can fix anything. So this is up on the max. I think I can't change much here. So this is how OBS looks. If you're a pro, help me out here. I have recent events. I do have cap chat, which doesn't work. Usually you should see my chat here. Oh, I see. That's not a nighttime, it's here, I think. Okay, now I don't hear anything. No idea. But I understand what you're saying. Can't hear it now, right? Actually, I'm gonna mute all computer sounds, and you tell me whether you can still hear me. So can you still hear me? Because if you can, then I'll just keep it like this, and you won't hear any environment sounds. Okay, great. So then let's just keep it like this. And so there's Twitch alerts here. I think I saw a few popping up. So this seems to work. I have no idea why the chat doesn't work. I think maybe because I changed my username. Recent events still works. There's the face cam, and then there's there's macOS audio. I think I could have just killed this one, right? Because this is the audio capture. Oh, I know why this is here. Last stream I had a guest on for the chat, and I had to add this. Oh, also I think I needed this for the alerts, or do the alerts work here? I have no idea. I'm not as sure how the alerts work. Can I force an alert? Can I test this? Wait, I think I can test the alert somewhere. Alerts here. Create alert box. Edit. Hang on. Can I test? Okay, I'm gonna send a test alert. So you probably didn't hear anything now. Did you hear it? Did you hear the alert sound? Oh, you heard it from Twitch. Okay, so the thing is, I had this on, so I would know that someone followed, but I think I will be able to keep track of it anyway, although, okay. So here, this is the microphone. I'm not sure if I can, it's a buzzing thing sound. Yeah, I think that's correct. So, oh boy. Okay, so this is a balance. This is not what I want. Maybe I can... I have no idea if 1 decibel would be a lot. So, is my sound better now, or is it significantly worse? Are your ears bleeding? Okay, the thing isn't annoying. Yeah, I think I hear you. You hear no change. Okay, maybe then 1 decibel isn't anything. Then let's go with 3. I think 3 decibel increase is similar to a double or something. Okay, is my voice louder now? I mean, if it doesn't matter, then I'm fine. I also have no idea if I like can change this here in micro. There's a microphone setting. Yeah. So I edited it with 3.2 decibel. I'm not noticed. Okay, then I'll just leave it like this. Maybe, yeah, I will get a better microphone soon. Anyway, now I have the option to clip it to the desk. I just have this one here. Where's my camera? Like this one, which has been recommended by a viewer. But since I was traveling around from desk to desk, I had to like get a cheap travel-y microphone. And I will get a proper one soon. And I can actually put it inside here. But the thing is, I don't know where to put a... Did I tell you that I have my lighting coming up? Yeah, I today the lighting system, there's two lights. I actually have this one lamp here, which I forgot to turn on. I have no idea if this is better, but it really grills my eyes. If this would have been better, then I'm super sorry that I didn't do it now. But let me show you my screen setup. I don't know where I should put a webcam here for central thingy. Boy, okay. This is wired. My mic. Okay, my MagSafe just went by. So something. Hang on, there's something sensitive on my desk. Okay, so this is what my desk looks like. I mean, you can't really see how big this one is, but this is a rather big screen. I put an iPhone next to it. This is a Max iPhone, and this is a huge screen. And I don't know, if I put the camera up there, like it overshoots my head significantly. See, this is where I am, and yeah, I'm super bad at showing. I just slapped my bottle. Okay, there we go. No more moving the camera. I see. Yeah. Great for the picture-in-picture. Let's put this away. I think if we just kill the music for next time. Oh, it sounds louder now. Oh, I moved the microphone. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, I thought this is my chat going wild, but of course not. This is perfect. What is perfect? From audio? Okay, then I will keep this. Maybe this needed some time to update. Let's put this back over here for your entertainment. I will have a look at your friend's audio. Yeah, it casts a shadow. Of course, it's only a single directional lighting. What if I put my MacBook over here? Maybe this looks better. I'm not sure. Yeah, honestly, I have to completely admit that I did not know this monitor was this big when I ordered it. Could have done with a smaller one. This has 32 inches, which is huge. It's fine when I work on split screen, but I can't really work on split screen and have you watch me. This really doesn't work that way. Okay, let's have a look at Jonathan's setup. Okay, so live stream is offline, but I would assume... Oh, I can use my trackpad to zoom in. Okay, so there's screens over there. Fine. Where is a microphone? Oh, over here. On top there's a microphone, probably. Or is this light? Might be a microphone. Okay, so this... I'm not sure if you want me to look at this. Okay, so this is from 2019. He now has super wide monitor. This is as wide as the 3 you can see on the bottom. Yeah, it makes sense to not have 6 tiny ones. He wears a lapel mic. Oh, this one. I thought about something like this too. The clip-on mic, this one. I thought about getting this one. Maybe this is smart too, but on the other, I would have gotten this one with the huge arm. You're not a huge fan. Yeah, I also... Yeah, I have no idea. I think it's only smart if you go like outside or if you stream from outside. Wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. Here we go. But was this lighting great? Wait, hang on. So he's streaming on YouTube. Maybe there is something else here from home. This probably seems to be from home, but it's from 2 years ago. It makes sense for him to wear a different microphone for this. Oh, I see, here it is. Yeah, if anyone has Vlog 74 has you. I'm sorry, I'm not. Where is it? Which one? You're the one with the. Where are you? Is this you? Probably. Yeah, this was the guy we saw before. What are you doing here? I have no idea what this is. Fairy Monash? Okay, I see. You spend time helping in the KeyCat Discord. I don't know what KeyCat is, sorry. But if you want to help out in my Discord channel, I'm on our right. Yeah, you're this one. Okay. What are you talking about?
Act to keep the boat on that particular heading. One of the modules that we've got here is a 3-axis accelerometer, gyroscope and magnetometer that will give the software here an idea of how the boat's moving in space, how it's being rocked around by the ocean.
That's a good point, because you're going to have to filter out all of the motion.
Sounds super interesting, but I don't even know what you're talking about. What is it? Make a fairy. Is fair? Fair? Is this like a convention? So I assume your name is Mitch, so I'm gonna call you, but it's probably the English version of my name, right? Is it similar? A boat autopilot? Is this a boat autopilot? Yeast? Wait, so different things, right? A boat autopilot is a different thing than the yeast growth optimizer. Damn, or are you Samuels? Are you Samuel? Huh. Just increase the effort. Where is the stream? Where is the chat? Let's make a split screen view here. Oh, okay, I see. That's a funny comment. Actually, I hope I still have some VIP slots left. Oh boy, there's no autocomplete here. Okay. And Okay, perfect. You both get the little diamond for being this engaging. Typewriter to GPT chat, but yeah, I mean, it's a cool hacky thing, hardware hacky thing. You're seeing an ad. You should not see an ad as a VIP. This was something I could delete, and I did. Oh, I should not click on this on stream. Hang on. Okay, it is safe for work. Okay, I see a boat here. Play me highlights. Okay, it highlights two pictures. So let me figure out how this works. So is this like the propeller? How is this boat steered? Is it steered by turning the motor, or does it have the helm? Okay, it does look pretty cool. Let me look at the PCB. Okay, I think I can guess where stuff goes. Am I right? Yep, connector here. Oh, it says Raspberry. I could have just read this. Steers boat same direction. Also, it means like if there's waves getting you off track, it would check it and I mean in the same direction. Can't you just like lock the helm, or does it like get waves and stuff? Okay. Oh, there's some config here. Yeah, I have to admit I've not been a great boat guy, although I like boats a lot. In fact, last year was the first time I was on a sailing boat. Okay, this video. So to any one of you that wants to see more about Mitch's autopilot endeavors, here's the video. As a matter of fact, it makes if you lock the helm, it's like locking. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, I see autopilot. So I actually have a car that has autopilot, so I see what you're referring to. It also looks at stuff. It also has some kind of sensors. And probably doesn't crash without a car, other boats. Fun fact: our highway is also called Autobahn, but it's not the fun one from Germany. We have 130 kilometers per hour at speed max. Well, I'm not sure I can speak for all the Europeans, but as a matter of fact, I posted three times on Reddit yesterday, and all of these responses that are in Django and the Django subreddit are from super supportive people. Long live Chaos 9 Twitch scam. What? Oh, I see. What the heck is this? What the heck is this bot? This is even. Where do I go back to the chat? Long live Chaos. Okay. I don't even know how to ban this person. How do I ban this person? Show mod icons. There we go. Delete. Timeout. Ban. Yeah, if you can, are you in the Discord? Because I will have to, or I will probably end the stream now. funny enough, a little side story from my bank, the other bank, not the one that wanted me to sell gold earlier. I asked them if it is theoretically possible to cancel my credit card because I got a better one, and I just got the notification that it has been cancelled. Okay, so much for that. You guys take care. See each other on Thursday, hopefully, 9 a.m. my time. And there we go. I need to find the end stream button. It's over here. Stop streaming. I will upload this to. Oh wow, that was. Did you even see? Why is there like? Huh? Oh, it's Twitch alerts. What? Also, the alerts have been like this huge all the time. They should just be tiny over there. Okay. I'm gonna play another alert just to test this out if I didn't mess up completely. And afterwards I will be grabbing some food. I didn't watch. Ah, there it is. Okay, perfect. So this kind of works. Where do I put it? I'll put it over here. Okay, thank you everyone for watching. See you hopefully each of you on Thursday. Until then, if you have any questions, post them on any of the socials or remember them until Thursday and ask them then. And I will see you then. Now there's no more chat. Great talk with you. Thank you. I'm glad to share what I know. And I'm also glad to learn from you if you know more or anything different from me. See ya. There's the camera. Bye-bye.